How many kids went through, they don't know. I know regularly, I know a lot of people. Don't say that.
Shakes. Right.
Oh, that got. The bridge closed, then open.
Yeah.
My brother like, I wake up every morning and eat 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, table set up. I don't know. She's a- Hopefully that sun won't go over us in like next few minutes and that. You like that.
Oh, Gary.
Beautiful.
It is.
I'm okay with the sun in my face. Really?
Yeah.
It's the way that's.
Oh, it's nice, yes.
I just called and said we won't. So I think you're up there.
I was going to Google.
Number one, I like.
No, no.
It's.
Sat down, I did my little, so routine. I did my workout, I hurried, showered.
I think you have a second career in interior design. Oh, yeah.
And I had a phone.
That might be a little. Yeah. You should have seen. It is. I don't know if you can do this. Oh, gee, yeah. Spending 70.
Show your tan line.
Yeah. Your face looks pretty red.
Oh, it was nice.
It was beautiful.
Oh, isn't that fun?
In case of emergencies.
That's a way to go on the restaurant.
It's, you know, right, it's more
Yeah,
likely that kind of
exactly.
emergency.
She pulling it out.
Bring. Some.
I have the best, huh?
They have the best.
No, seriously, I got this.
No, but they have, I like this.
Well, they're very good. We are not lacking.
Yes, that is true.
Oh, yeah. Well, I couldn't, I don't know. Yes. Really trying to baby my name.
Good morning.
Oh, no, it's just. Oh,
Yeah.
What did you?
Good morning, everybody. So we'll go ahead and get started. This is like the eye of the hurricane, I think. Yesterday, we had the first front of the hurricane. Today is a beautiful day, and tomorrow will be the end of it, which is really good. It's kind of like 1 to 2 inches. They call for 1 to 2 feet. That scares me, but the DPW is out this morning, did a good job, and they're ready for tomorrow. So anyways, we'll get started. Actually, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So Frank is not going to be here. He is on Zoom. And I just want to go through, I created this packet yesterday. You can handle it however you want. We went through and the staff, we highlighted the questions that you're gonna ask. So your questions that you'll ask are gonna be highlighted. The order is gonna be, we're gonna start with Wendy, go down, come back to Wendy, go down, come back to Wendy, go down, and then Jamie will have the final question, number 17, if they have any questions for us. And then the only thing I really want to stress, and Frank and I talked quite a bit, we have to stay on these questions. If you ask a follow-up question, it can only be addressed to a question on their answer to this question. You can't ask a question like off topic. If you ask that question, you have to ask it to all 4 candidates. And 3 of the 4 are going to be here in person. The gentleman from Greg from Chocolate Lake Township, we'll have to Zoom him in. I hope this all works well. This is like foreign to me, but we'll get there. So anyways, your questions that you ask should be either, but please, to save us liability aspect, please stick to the question. If you want to ask a follow-up, if there's a question you don't understand the answer, then you can ask a follow-up question to ask, but you can't necessarily go off topic and say, like, are you married, or how many kids you have, or anything like that. It has to stay with the script. So I just don't want us to open ourselves up for liability. So.
We can't answer the guy 7-foot basketball player.
Yeah, because Michigan State might need one. But
Too late for them.
yeah, and then lunch will be here around 11:45 noon. The Gurneys, I appreciate everybody putting your order in, and we'll go from there. So if you have any questions, Frank's up there. Frank, want to say anything?
Just good morning, and there's some very interesting and some challenging questions in front of you. Some of the things I always say to the elected officials, one of the important things to do is to, in my mind, pay attention to what they've done to prepare for the interview with the budget, the capital improvement plan. How well have they, because if you want to look at what do they say, the past history is a good predictor of future performance. I always like to see how much the candidates have prepared, because if they prepare well, I think it bodes well for how hard they would work for you as your manager. So those are some of the things. There's some really interesting questions on here about, they may seem off topic to you about, if I'm a keynote speaker, what's it going to be? Well, we can learn a lot about the candidates through there. They're going to talk about a topic. They're going to talk about something that's personal to them. It's a very interesting question, and one that doesn't get asked very often. The question about, everyone tries to keep interviews positive. I like to have a question about a disappointment you've had along the way. What did you learn from it? Those are important things, because it's going to open up the candidates to maybe not what they're used to seeing in an interview. I would say have confidence in the process, and let's hope for a good positive outcome. And at the end of the day, I'll be here to talk about how you want to move forward and all of that. So, but this is not a softball list of questions. There are probably going to be some pauses before responses it's not just about leadership. It's about leadership, tell us, and give examples. And examples are going to be really important. So I'm looking forward to the 4 interviews, and we'll see where things go, but I'm here all day.
Thank you, Frank. And then I do have, if you need water, I got water in the refrigerator. I'll bring it in. And before I was amiss, you've probably met him, but this is our new officer, Dave Robinson. He came from Rockford. I just figured it'd be an opportunity to meet. I didn't know how many people would be here, but this is his 4th, 5th day on the job. And so I'm very glad to have him here as part of our team. He brings a lot of experience and keeps me, so I'm not by far the oldest person. All right, we'll handle this like a normal meeting. At this time, Mayor, you can open it up for public comment. There's not a whole lot here. Each person gets 3 minutes, and so that's that. Thank you.
We have public comment. Wait a minute, I speak at this time.
Wow, we said a half an hour. We can take.
I'll say something.
All right, thank you, Corey.
I'm at Cora Wade, I don't know where I live anymore, 4560 High Neck Road, 108 East 3rd Street on downtown. Only thing I want to say is to remind council that 2 of your candidates are already retired. They've already retired once. So do you really want the future councils to have to deal with going through this hiring process again? Because the chance that they'll last 1 to 2 years, not really a great thought. So I think that would be really great if you guys could consider a candidate who would be here for a longer term. So that's the only thing I have to say. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Anybody else? You're speechless?
Today I am.
Carter? No, Dan? All right. We can take it, you can study, take a 15-minute nap if you like. And as soon as the first gentleman gets here, Kip, we'll get him in and get going early. That'd be a positive.
Right.
We'll get that.
Or if there's an IT issue, you know.
That'll be, you see that.
I got greedy and we're like, my room is like.
All over that. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're at 11:45, we're still down there. Well, I thought about that, and I actually have a Bluetooth speaker, I was listening to music. I was like,
Looks
like you're the first candidate.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know that.
Bleacher guy in a suit wandering around the parking
Looking for support, huh? One thing I'll say, like, we do a lot of, I've done a ton of interviews. I get sometimes caught up in writing down what they're saying, like trying to like write, so I have notes. And I've caught myself not focusing on what they're saying, so don't be all concerned about writing notes and just, that's what I've learned over the years, listen instead of writing. But that's your guys' choice.
You're right.
But half the time I can't read my own writing.
Trust me, it only gets worse.
I don't know.
Mine is worse. It's worse because I go faster now.
Yeah,
And it's more of a scribble and it's like, really? I can't read what I read.
I used to. write some- Even if I slow down, if I.
No. I just don't. Hey.
Struggle now.
Oh, I watched the first half, then I watched
I just woke up to see the door.
Yeah, they were down.
Michigan State.
Yeah.
So.
UCLA, we lost by 4.
They were down by 12. That was a good game. Yeah.
I know they scared me.
Are you a part?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you. Yeah.
But they are notorious for being behind starting the first, the second.
Yeah.
But no, but everybody helps, you know, got hurt or anything, it's
So
just
they're-
bad.
Hopefully they can make runs. I just, it hurts some when, the doctor, cold part, you can't shoot from the side. You
Yeah.
just get the tinker on it. They say, oh, they don't play. Well. you know,
And I was going to be University of Ohio,
Okay, oh.
and they were undefeated and they lost in the MAC tournament, so.
They talked about down yesterday on sports radio about whether they'll get a tournament or not. They said it should be, but
Oh,
it'll
good.
probably be in a play. That's what they said.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, that's what they said, right?
and I-
All right, everybody. I'd like to introduce Kipling
out there and go ahead and have a seat. Or you can meet the candidate or the council people if you want. Go there, please.
Jeannie, nice to meet you.
You want, nice to meet you.
You can go and have a seat. Frank's got a series of questions for us to ask, and the council people will ask them. If you have any questions about the questions, feel free to ask. Okay.
We're starting with me. We appreciate your time and energy getting to know our community and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us about yourself personally and professionally.
Well, professionally, I've worked for the state of Michigan for pretty much all of my career. Started off with the Department of Corrections. Sorry about that. The Department of Corrections in Jackson, where I served 3 years. Not as an inmate. Out there, it felt like it sometimes, but it was an opportunity to see if we didn't intervene quick enough in people's lives, what the end result would be. It was a different place, and it was not the environment that I wanted to spend a career in. So I ended up transferring to the state police in a few years after that, and worked uniform road patrol for 2 different posts, and then went into plainclothes work where I've spent most of my career in primarily investigating drug cases, serious felony drug cases, but also providing assistance to neighboring departments and municipal partners that we had along the way with helping them investigate serious felony crimes that they had as well, because serious crimes involve more than just drugs. So that's what we transformed into, and we were very successful with it. My last 2 plainclothes roles, 22 years of my service time to the department were spent in those 2 jobs alone. So that's the type of thing that I value is tenure in a position. I did go back for a brief time, and I worked in uniform at 2 different posts in Cadillac and Houghton Lake. And then finished up my job supervising 3 different task force units, working in 19 counties in northern Michigan, extending from Houghton Lake to the bridge, and then east and west both ways, including the team that covers this area. In fact, that team commander, I believe, lives within your city limits still here. He's a great guy. Personally, I'm married and still enjoying that, so that's a good thing. It's a good place to be. I have 3 grown adult children that are very successful. One lives in Southern California. Another is involved with academics extensively at Bowling Green, and he works there, and I'm never going to be able to pry him out of that situation. And another one is a mechanic, Subaru and Volkswagen mechanic, a very reputable dealer down in the Traverse City area. So, and then hobby wise, what I'm involved with is everything from I do some volunteer editing for primarily a men's antique or older power equipment club that I'm a member of. I work on older machines. It's kind of it was a way back then to gather things and have an equilibrium, because, you know, my job at that point in time was to dismantle things out there, operations, drug operations that were going on. So this was a restorative thing for me. And also I do some volunteering with one of the animal society entities down in the Grand Traverse area. So that's who I am and what I've done in a brief month.
Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Harbor Springs and prepare for this interview?
Well, I've spoken with a few people from the area, so I've gotten a little bit of an idea of some of the more current issues that the city is facing. I also was able to review a number of documents, the master plan document, the master recreation plan document, the RRC document and the decisions that were made on that and some of the rationale behind that. I also looked at the budget, current year's budget. I looked at your most recent audit report. I didn't see anything there that was concerning. I looked at your pension debt percentage information, which there might be a little bit of ground to gain there. As time goes on, that, that I could see some additional effort maybe with that. I looked at Harbor Master, the harbor plan, a number of different, I looked at some online information as well from different sources about what some community concerns were out there, what people were voicing, as far as, and I don't know what accuracy or the place with that, but I tried to get a semblance of a variety of sources. And I'm sure I'm leaving out another document or two that I looked at from the primary website, but I looked at a number of different things just to get a variety of a flavor of what is taking place in the city.
Not every decision you make turns out as planned. Sometimes there's a disappointment along the way. Please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you had hoped for. What did you learn from the process?
If I understood you correctly, you're looking for a situation that did not go according to plan.
You didn't plan it right.
Yes, well, yeah, I actually had an employee that I ended up hiring from one of the posts in the coverage area that I was responsible for at one of my team sites. And I had high hopes, high aspirations, even though I knew his personality was not always very predictable with different things. I took a chance on that circumstance and hired him and brought him on. And this particular gentleman did phenomenal work at the team. But the difficulty that I experienced with him is that he had some, as time went on, it became clear to me that he had a mindset that went beyond the normal competitiveness that you might see in a team setting where detectives are jockeying back and forth for good cases or developing good complaints and working on healthy investigations, serious cases. And this became more of a daily comparison circumstance for this man. And it got to a point actually where there was some volatile circumstances there with him challenging a few other people on what he thought was their reluctance to step up and do the right thing and be productive at that office. And one of the things that took it completely and keep in mind that I was involved with mentoring and counseling this particular detective. I can't even begin to tell you how much time I spent with him. Dozens upon dozens of hours of discussion and trying to remediate that circumstance, because when we bring anybody on board from any department, it's an investment. And if we can, we want to try to hang on to that individual and turn them into or adjust their behavior if we can into somebody that's productive and that's beneficial to the team environment. Well, one of the things he did was challenge one of probably our most successful, our most ardent supporters in the prosecutor's realm. At the time, it was the prosecutor in Kalkaska County, Brian Donnelly was a friend of mine and passed away several years ago. And I got a phone call from Mr. Donnelly, who was irate, and went through the circumstances, and there was no reason for this detective to have taken that, made those decisions and taken that course of action. So I made the decision, in spite of my high hopes or my plan to have him as my lead detective and assistant team leader. And I thought I was going to end up endorsing him for promotional opportunities. I made the decision that he was going to be leaving the team. And that was a difficult call. But it was the right call. And he came to me and wanted to wrote a proposition to me that if I would not reflect this information in a formal report, that he would leave on his own from the organization, the team, and go back to the post. And that was his offer to me. And from me, absolutely not. That was not the correct thing to do. That was not the direction to go, and that would be disingenuous to a number of parties, including the very people that he would be returning to and other members of the public that he might encounter. And as the situation would have it, as time played out and he went back to the post, he had some circumstances that were very serious that developed with a sergeant at that particular state police post, and ended up suspended for a period of time. So he had some behavioral issues. My plan, I saw him as a strong advocate and a huge asset to the team, a hard worker, but there were some things going on with him that couldn't be excused. So I made that decision.
The Harbor Springs City Council and staff are looking for a leader who will serve our community with great leadership. Please share a time in the past 3 years that you went above and beyond to provide excellent leadership in your current position.
I'm trying to pare it down here.
It's okay, take a minute.
I would say that probably the situation that I think of that was most significant within that time frame that you're speaking of involved one of my teams where I lost my team commander position. Lansing decided to redline that position after a year and a half of it being vacant. And it was actually in that team was one of the highest functioning metrics related team. MSU would do a study every year. And that team was always in the top 3 across the entire state of Michigan for the arrests, the investigations, seizures of illicit substances, chemical drugs. They were always right there at the very top of what was going on. In fact, that's the team that to this day services this particular area here in Harbor Springs. And that was for a lot of people, including me, very demoralizing. And the reason that position became vacant in the first place is that the team commander that was in that particular role I couldn't keep him any longer. He was in what's called our DROP program, which is a delayed retirement program that lasts for 6 years. Well, he timed out and there was no way for me to hang on to him, but he was just miraculous with his relationships with this community, with Emmett County, and with the surrounding areas, Otsego, even in Charlevoix, which could be challenging at different times in that particular area, and up into Sheboygan. He was just phenomenal as far as his relationships with municipal leaders and with the board. And what that circumstance presented was a lack of a command officer at that particular team, which is a problem, a major problem when you're operating a task force unit comprised of officers from all different departments in very high-risk circumstances, including purchase events and residential search warrants, surveillance, a number of other things that are going on, felony crime assistance to other people, other departments and other uniform officers. That's a problem. There's no direct leadership there, and that was far too much to put on the shoulders of the assistant team leader there, who is a sergeant with the Michigan State Police and is still there, currently working. Great man working in that job. So what I did was in concert with district headquarters, but it was something that I put together, was draft a plan that involved my remaining lieutenants and me. I didn't exempt myself to be at that office on a much more frequent basis. It wasn't every day, but it was quite a bit more often than what it had been. To provide guidance and some mentoring and some presence, a command level presence in that office, and to occasionally go out and be a party to those investigations and that street level work to ensure that the team was functioning at the highest capacity that it could, given those circumstances. And that if any needs arose or there were concerns or questions that had developed since the last time we were there, that we could provide answers and some guidance to what was going on. And that ended up working out relatively well. It's not as good as having somebody there full-time every day. But, and it added work to the plates of the other two team commanders that I had, but it was a necessary thing to do. It was not appropriate to leave, especially younger detectives, and we had a number of those on that team at the time. That was not the avenue to take. It meant a great deal more work for other people. It meant more work for me. I ended up writing the grant application, the federal burn grant application for 2 years straight on that narrative, and did all of the quarterly reporting for that particular team that was required. So it added more to my plate, but in consideration of what those detectives were trying to accomplish at that team, it was worth the sacrifice.
It's good, some of the feedback we're getting on that.
The City of Harbor Springs City Council and leadership have spent a great deal of time creating our capital improvement plan. Have you had an opportunity to review the plan? And if so, do you have any thoughts on how the plan and how you can help us execute it?
That was one of the documents I did mention that I did look at. And yes, I did. And I thought that aligned the contents of that quite well with everything seemed to correlate that I looked at. The recreation plan, the master plan, the capital improvement plan. Those three documents seem to weave together as far as the priorities in there and allocation of funding and what people felt was most important from the surveys that were taken that became part of that capital improvement plan. I did see that the city made a decision, and I'm sure it wasn't taken lightly, to pursue a $10 million bond for that substation to bring in that new line, new transformer, redo the existing line, and make sure that there was ample power service provided, especially during the peak months of tourism and for the people that live here year round too, to make sure that there were fewer opportunities for outages. So again, and that impacts everything. That impacts all the recreation. Your primary avenues of recreation, obviously the harbor, where there was an investment in the harbor master building. The Kiwanis Park, how you got 20 acres of a park there out of what, less than 800 acres here in the city is phenomenal. We've got several parks, 16, 18 different parks. So it's a tribute to the city's desire, and it's significant and outdoor areas for people to recreate. And the idea that maybe there will be, and what I could help with, is the citywide trail system was mentioned in one of the funding documents, a priority. We want to someone to look at here. I thought some of those things, what I did notice that concerned me, you know, to some degree is that there's this huge wish list. And I don't know that with different funding challenges that exist right now for the city, you've got a limited ability at this given moment, absent some zoning adjustments. As far as opportunities for housing, there's not a great deal of vacant land that's available. And some of the issues with the attempt, you know, the Headley issue from a few years back that didn't go in a certain direction. Limitations on tax rates that are present and what is equitable for people to be expected to pay to live in the community as far as tax rates. So I think that there needs to be I believe, an alternate sources of funding explored. And usually that comes down to either, and you are pursuing donations from different entities for different projects, which is a good thing. You got people that are invested in that, but particularly grants. And that's my background. I've worked with multiple grants as far as locating them and then applying for them and being successful with achieving or actually obtaining them. So that would be something that I would look at as far as an alternate supplemental avenue of funding until such a point in time that the council decided and the community decided to take another look at some zoning opportunities if that was even palatable for people to take a peek at. Because right now it seems a little bit tenuous and a little bit expectatious to think that all of those things, and maybe they would be over time, because that's spread out the capital improvement plan in 7 years. But still, you're looking at some heavy hitter projects, Harbor Master Building, you know, upwards of $1 million or maybe a little bit more than that, a little bit less. And the Kiwanis Park building, and I think that's reasonably, there's a reasonable cost with that. I think the investment again in that substation, the bonding of that, call it what you may, but that's a staple foundational item to provide guaranteed service for all these other things that the community is looking at as far as recreational activities. If that goes down, especially in the summer, well, that is something that that's not something that the community, this council would want to have on a resume, that there were continued repeated brownouts or other situations with power. So I thought it was a justified expenditure. Granted, it's a payback situation with interest on that bonding, but I thought it was a reasonable thing.
Financial stewardship is critical to our operations. Have you had an opportunity to review our annual budget? And if so, did anything stand out to you after your review? Which is kind of what you've already said.
Well, one of the things that I always take a look at in the budget documents, the first thing I go to when I look at a municipality's budget, and I've looked at many of them, is emergency services. And typically what I see in there is a rate that is closer to sometimes 60% to 2/3 of a municipality's budget may be allocated to different emergency services, whether that's just police services or fire services too, or EMS or what have you. I think your allocation right now is somewhere around 50% of the annual operating budget, which is somewhere around 2.3 million or something. So somewhere right just above $1 million is a projected amount for police services and fire services. And I thought that was an extremely reasonable circumstance there with that rate. I happen to have worked with the chief in the past, and I have confidence in what he's doing as far as the reasonableness of his approach. And it appears to me that the number of personnel assigned there and the careful, what appears to me anyway to be the careful monitoring or of costs that go on in that particular department and overtime, what have you. I'm not aware of any litigation that has surfaced in the recent past with the chief's agency, and that's a tribute to training with police officers, which is a staple core item that needs to happen on a continuous basis. And I'm sure that he attends to that. So when I looked at that, and I looked at the funds that were allocated to green space and other projects, downtown road repairs, chip sealing, a number of different things that were going on there. The wages and costs associated rather with the different positions that the city has. And the city is quite prudent with its allocation of personnel and is thoughtful in that regard and is what appears to me reasonable with the allocation of expenses for those positions. I didn't see anything that I thought, that jumped out at me that I perceived as being a huge red flag that I saw in that current budget document. That was my impression.
Providing excellent service, customer service is critical in local government. We take great pride in responding to our customers. Please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen customer concern using extraordinary personal.
Well, I think this happened on a number of occasions. Probably the concerns that one of the concerns, and this is part of the evolution of my teams, was circumstances that evolved with drug overdose death situations. And until the last 5 to 6 years of my time with the department, my groups have not been that involved with those circumstances. Typically, those types of cases did not see a great deal of police resource action by the nature of what was involved with the death circumstance. Post detectives, detectives from neighboring departments would obviously get involved in those situations, but more often than not, the plainclothes team detectives weren't as didn't have as much of a presence at those particular scenes. What I decided to do, and it was in concert with some discussions I had at my district headquarters level, but it was a proactive response that I engineered rather with my groups, was to make sure that contact was made in each and every circumstance with a supervisor at the department responsible or handling whoever had primary jurisdiction at a accidental drug overdose scene, and make every effort to respond to that scene and provide some guidance on what might be valuable to take from that scene as far as evidence. As far as looking at phones, we became very adept with examining phones and extracting evidence from those phones that was used in cases of case development for prosecution, and interviewing. One of the things of many that my team detectives became very, very efficient with was interviewing people. And typically when you have somebody in soft clothes that's having a discussion with somebody, sometimes it's a little easier to talk with that person than when you have somebody in uniform. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's not that way, but quite often it is. And my detectives in all of my groups are very adept at interviewing. So what I did, and we had seen from our drug treatment organizations, I was a member of multiple groups across the district of drug treatment groups. And one of the concerns that they had voiced was that the teams from what they were hearing, were not as responsive or as involved with overdose death cases that came about. So we changed that. And we responded to that customer complaint or concern, if you will. And we responded to almost every single accidental drug overdose situation that took place in the district. My 3 different teams. The only time we didn't respond is if we had a supervisor at a neighboring partner agency that said, we've got it covered. And in most of those circumstances, they had a member who had been part of one of my teams and had the background necessary to handle that situation. So that's a change that we made that I thought was beneficial. They're very, those cases are extremely time heavy. And you don't always see a result because what happens is during the course of a post-mortem examination, oftentimes there's mixed toxicity in someone's system. And sometimes it's tough to identify a particular drug, one of what might be many that cause someone to pass away. And of course, interviewing sometimes dozens of people to find some corroborating statements somewhere. So there was some reluctance on my detectives at the onset of this because they knew how time intensive these cases could and were and how much effort would be put into it, but they did it. And we turned around that into some very positive feedback from these organizations and from citizens.
Before we move to the next question, I just got a text from Frank, just reminding that we have till like 9:46, 9:50, and we're only on question number 7, so we might have to speed it up a little bit to get some questions. Just as a reminder. From Frank. No, go ahead, to me.
Yes, to you. Could he speak closer to the microphone?
Yep.
These things just don't pick up.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Building atmosphere.
Turn on your mic.
Is it, whose question is it?
Uh-huh.
Round 8. Building an atmosphere of teamwork across the city is crucial. As city manager, what steps would you take to foster teamwork? Can you provide an example of your team building efforts?
Yes, I can, and I think I just hit on that recently, or with one of the questions that was going on there, but yeah, my team building efforts were one of the things that I did was I was not in my office a great deal, other than what was necessary to doing documents on a particular day. So I frequently, each one of my crews that I had out there, had one up here in the Straits area, obviously, one over towards Traverse City and one in Alpena. And I would make a habit of visiting each one of those offices and meeting with the supervisors and the detectives, not just the supervisors, because I didn't feel that that was an appropriate way to go. I felt it was also important that I meet with and to have a brief discussion with every single person who was at the office, including my street detectives. So I would make a habit to go see them, go talk to them on at least a weekly basis. And that was something that it was not a requirement for me. There was no expectation that I do that. I could have went to meetings somewhere else. I could have went to a bunch of different trainings in Lansing, and I could have went anywhere else. But I felt that the appropriate investment to take a look at and make was with my teams and making sure that my supervisors at each team site had what they needed, because you don't get as much information from somebody on the phone as what you do in person. It just doesn't work that way. And it doesn't work that way to have an open door policy. That's a nice fancy term to use, but how many people walk through the door? I never saw that many people walk through the door. If they came to district headquarters, I had multiple offices, but to district headquarters to come there, they would stop in and say hi and we talk for a few minutes. But what I found was the more effective thing to do was for me to leave my office and go meet with them on their turf and have discussions in their, on their home ground. And take a seat off to the side instead of in my big chair, wherever it was. And have just a low-key conversation with them. And that's what I did with everybody that was at these teams, and ended up being what I felt was developed into help develop more cohesive working units. I found out more information about what was needed, about the flavor of what was taking place in each office. If something was amiss, if things were going great, I learned what to do more of or less of. So I thought it was beneficial. I thought it was excellent for team building.
Our next city manager must be a consensus builder who has proven skills in uniting groups with various expectations. Please share an example of how you have used your skills to bring groups together to reach a common goal.
Well, one of the challenges I was presented with, and it involved the team that provides service coverage to this area, was a lack of personnel that was necessary for them to complete basic functions. And in discussions with my command, district command in Gaylord, I received an edict in order that at least one detective had to be added to that particular unit or else. I'm not sure to this day what the or else was, because they didn't share it with me. And I'll say that I did not believe that was appropriate. First of all, I don't believe that going down the avenue of some sort of an implied threat is an appropriate circumstance to engage in. And I believe that if you're going to say it's this or that, you better define what the this, that is for somebody, if you're going to be having hard conversations like that, that occasionally do arise. That presented a real serious circumstance, because the departments that we were looking at, both of which were located in Otsego County, had either never had an individual on the team or hadn't had somebody on the team for at least 20 years. And hadn't budgeted anything for a position of that nature. And they'd already had their budgets in place. And we all know we can do budget amendments, things like that, but the money still has to come from somewhere, which typically means that it's subtracted from somewhere else. So this, as you can imagine, caused a great deal of consternation. I had departments that were ready to leave that particular organization because they felt that the avenue being taken by those particular command officers above me was inappropriate. I was able, without subterfuging my command, I was able to have discussions on almost a daily basis with those particular sheriffs and undersheriffs and other people, and keep those individuals on board instead of departing and going their own separate way and coming up with some other plan. And in the end, what we accomplished was, not only did we achieve adding one individual to the team, and this took a lot of work. I had a lot of discussions with Joe Duff in Gaylord and with Rachel, who used to be in Otsego County, and back and forth visiting with the city council there and with the board of commissioners as well. And eventually what we achieved was not just what we hoped for, one detective to be split funded by those two entities, but we got two. And that was just the cat's meow when it came to allowing that particular team to be able to function independently without always having to call a neighboring team office to work. So that was a real challenge. Let me tell you, that was one of the most difficult things I dealt with. There were times where it was just flat out awful. Let me just tell you. And we got those two groups on board, and or those two detectives on board, and it changed the whole dynamic.
If you were asked to provide a keynote speech at an upcoming Michigan Municipal Executives Conference, what would the topic be and why is this topic important to you?
I think it would be, what I would look at doing, and just from having, again, read the documents that are germane to the city here, is talk about aligning priorities with spending and funding. And making sure that, I think it's important because if these plans don't interrelate, if the priorities being expressed by the citizens that live in the city that translate to, or are supposed to translate to, what the city council is doing as far as zoning enactments and allocation of tax monies and other monies that the city realizes, for instance, from the electric power station. That's a big income driven revenue avenue for the city. If those priorities don't match, if the funding isn't aligning, the capital improvement plan, the master plan, if that isn't aligning with what's being demonstrated by the population in the city and by city council, with the different discussions that go on and policies and ordinances that are passed, then it's all upside down. So what I would do if I was presenting something would be to go in and say, without pointing the fingers at any certain department or city or township or what have you, to say, here are the circumstances, this is what might happen if you don't align those things, if you're not paying attention on a continuous basis to making sure that your funding decisions align with your master plan and your recreation plan, capital improvement plan, that negative things occur, that you're not achieving your goals. And the things that people are looking for that live here, that visit here, especially in the summer months, they're not finding those things, they're not seeing those things. And then things start to change as far as visitation rates or population rates that years ago went down for a bit and have recovered significantly since that time. That's the thing that I would speak on, is I would provide examples where that's being done in a exemplary fashion. And I would provide examples where maybe it's not being done as well as what it could be.
As you can imagine, there are a multitude of grants available for a variety of community improvements. Grants are offered in areas such as utilities, marinas, street improvements, arts, culture, and public safety. Do you bring any expertise and experience in creating and managing state or federal grants?
Well, you already know the answer to that question.
Yes.
Yes, I do. And I've managed more than one at once. And I got a firsthand refresher in that when I lost my team commander. And so I am very much aware of the different things that go along with it. It's not as somebody might think or people might think on occasion, free money. There's nothing free about it. There's a lot of work that goes into applying for the grants. They're always competitive. There's always some new angle with what has to be contained in the narrative. There are reporting requirements. They're usually very extensive. And again, you're competing against dozens, if not hundreds of other entities and agencies for that same pot of money. So I have a couple of different websites that I visited on a very frequent basis that I became quite familiar with. I still know where they are. And I would be very capable and willing to explore those websites for additional grant opportunities in the vein of what you've just spoken about. So yes, I'm familiar with it. It's tedious, but as far as an alternate source of funding for the city, I think it's vital, especially given the list of capital improvement projects that I saw over the upcoming years for what you're attempting or intending to do. I think it would take the pressure off some other revenue streams as being quite as critical to have if some of those grants, if there were some additional grant opportunities that evolved and came to fruition.
The success of the city manager has much to do with becoming a part of the community's fabric. We expect our leader to be very visible in the community. Please describe your current and previous experience in serving your community through outreach and volunteerism.
Well, I've kind of hit on some of that. I mentioned to you what my prerogative is as far as being a leader. I don't believe that sitting behind a desk and punching keyboard keys is representative of the best leadership. Are there times where that has to be done? Yeah, it happens. There's no way around that. But to be an effective leader, that entails getting out and in this particular area, meeting people, interacting with business leaders, interacting with community members from all walks of life, not just one segment or the other segment, capturing opinions, being available to staff, going to visit staff, and going to visit staff that might be working a night shift. I mean, if I'm only working a day shift, what good is that to say hello to somebody that's on a 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. or a midnight shift for some reason that's working, such as at the police department? What value is that? So that's what that's what I subscribe to. And what was the other part? That second, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Please describe your current or previous experience in serving your community through outreach or volunteerism.
Yeah, and I mentioned on the outreach part of things, but it's something I've never been involved in until probably the past 5 to 6 years. Were the drug treatment organization groups that I became involved with to learn a little bit more about what they were doing in prevention work and why they were doing that and what the value and what they were seeing, because they also track statistics too as far as the types. And then I could compare that with what my teams were seeing in the vein of seizures. But I wasn't required to be, there was no requirement for me to be a part of those groups. That was something I took on myself. I thought it would add some value. I thought I could share some information with the leaders of those organizations about what we were seeing and maybe why we were seeing it, and provide some information to them about different drugs that were coming about. And that's what I did. I can't tell you how many times I presented PowerPoint presentations with drug trends, new drug information for the treatment organizations in an effort. What I wanted to do, my goal was to keep their staff safe and be very, very careful with being around some of these things, and especially the chemical drugs that would get airborne and cause some serious problems for people. But I wanted them to, when they were interacting with people that were struggling with drug issues, I wanted them to be as safe as what they could. So that was the reason I undertook that. And then, of course, I mentioned some of the volunteering work that I do with the Humane Society down in Grand Traverse, and I've really enjoyed that. There's been some real positive experiences, so it's been a good thing.
We recognize and appreciate the effort you have displayed to become our next city manager. Leaning on your professional experience, what two things come to mind when asked, what are the two biggest challenges facing Harbor Springs?
Well, I think that you've got a number of circumstances going on. You've got, and I hit on that, you've got some funding challenges that are coming to fruition. We're trying to accomplish in consideration of the number of things you're trying to get done with the capital improvement projects. I think that you're at a crossroads. We're approaching a crossroads with revenue opportunities that exist right now. There's not a whole lot of, and it ties in with the zoning considerations that you have in place. You're about tapped out right now on the number of city residents. I mean, you could add some as feasible, but as far as housing goes, you don't have a whole lot of vacant areas right now, and the zoning as it exists right now precludes some building activity from taking place. So, and when you have that going on, then you also have a static situation with tax revenue that is taking place. that can't continuously be elevated without some consternation being exhibited by members of the community. So I have to take a look at some alternate revenue streams that might be available. We talked about grants. The city has been successful with some contributions, particularly with the recreation avenue with neighboring townships. Maybe we explore that some more. Donations, that appears to be on the right track. Is there a further opportunity to look at additional donations from different entities and explore some of that? So those two things tie together. I think that you're looking at infrastructure issues are coming to play with water mains and sewer circumstances, sewer lines, and obviously with the electric utility station. And that prompted the issuance of a $10 million bond. Again, I think it was the best decision in light of all the circumstances and the needs of the community to make that happen. But there are continued things that are going on with buildings that are aging. The city's taken a proactive effort with the old, I believe it was the old City Hall building with the Historical Society that's got that, which I think is a great thing down there that's going on. But there's going to be more bills coming due for roadway repairs. And that creates consternation too with community members and things that happen with rerouting and goes on, especially during peak months of the season. 6 months during the middle of the year, if not more, where you've got a lot going on. But again, the water and sewer lines, some of the buildings that the city still has and are going to be looking at repairs. I think there has to be some judicious, and there has been, the Harbor Master Building was the right thing to do with an improvement there. I mean, people, that's one of the areas along with Kiwanis Park, probably two of the biggest areas that people that live in the community utilize, but particularly as well, people that are from outside the community look to explore and take advantage of, which brings additional tax revenue and business revenue and growth into the city. So I would say those two things. Those are the two big things that I see that the city has to either address or stay on top of.
All right, so when developing the next city budget, you note that revenues exceed expenditures by $200,000. In reviewing the annual budget, the city council asks you for a recommendation on how to allocate the $200,000. For this scenario, allocating the $200,000 to fund balance is not an option. So what is your recommendation on how to allocate this excess revenue?
You're saying if there's an extra, for example, an extra $200,000 and you're asking how my recommendation would be hypothetically on allocating those funds.
Exactly.
Okay. What I would do is I would take a look at the next things that are in sequence with that capital improvement plan. That's one of the first things that I would look at and see exactly where we were at as a city and council with what things have been accomplished or were already in progress with that particular plan, its enactments. And then I would move towards beginning the enactment of the additional items that were on that particular plan document. I'm not sure in what sequence I would do that. There may be, again, that would be something that I would certainly broach council on that. It would be an independent decision. I don't feel that's appropriate. But to look at whether that would be multiple things to get underway or if that would be a singular item that's really pressing at that moment that was awaiting that windfall, or may not be the best term, that opportunity,
There you go.
that funding opportunity. So I would make a decision in concert with council about whether or not pursue multiple things on that CIP or singular.
Thanks.
Fast forward to March 2027. It is time for the city council to evaluate your first year as our city manager. Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year in office.
Well, I'm confident that I would have met everybody and staff wise. I would intend to do that within the first 90 days of employment, if not sooner. Here, if I'm selected, meeting everybody that's employed by the city and developing at least the initial stage of a report with those persons. I would have planned on easily within that time frame, within the first 6 months. Again, there's a lot for me to learn, but I would, for anybody to learn coming in here, but business leaders that are in the community, the Downtown Development Association, touch base with them, put together a list of who I should be, or at least initially, who are some people that are substantially involved with city business and have a substantial interest and want to be a party and are a party to different things that are taking place and are vocal and are invested in it. And as well as residents of the city, I would certainly get out and about. That's what I would do to different events in the city. I think that's probably the best way to run into people and at least say hello. There's very few people in the community that I personally know. I do know 2 or 3 here. I'd like to increase that substantially and would if I was selected. I would say that at the end of that year, you're going to find that I will have successfully managed a budget. I will have successfully, in partnership with the clerk and others, department heads and leaders, created a new budget. I will have reviewed that capital improvement plan and see if we're on target and take a look at that and make sure that the decisions being made correspond to that and to the master plan. I will have interacted with council on where we need to be at the moment on the zoning plan and if there are any other alternatives that we want to start taking a look at that or with that. You'll find that at the end of that 1 year, you'll be rating me on team building, on leadership, on having a steady hand with things. And I think that those will be high marks with what I'm doing. I think on being approachable and being present and being fair and equitable with people, which is all part of leadership, and being able to present information that is sometimes tough to put out there if things didn't go exactly the way that I planned or that we planned or that the community thought that was going to happen, take place in a certain direction, that information is transparent and that's shared and available. And I believe that you'll see that from me and that's something that you'd be able to rate me on. So those are some examples of what I think you could put together in a document at the end of 1 year, that I'm much more knowledgeable of city business. And for instance, the substation and what's going on with that and the progress with that, different things, but you'll be able to put in there that he has developed, you know, a solid core knowledge of city operations.
Thank you.
Please take an opportunity to provide this council with a final summary of why you believe your leadership skills, education, and commitment to excellence make you the right fit for Harbor Springs.
Well, I've touched on some of those things. And so I won't spend go through every single one again. I've lived in Northern Michigan now for 30 years. And one of the towns I lived in was, or 2 of the smaller towns I lived in were Sheboygan and Alpena. And so I have a flavor of what constitutes the character and the composition and the flavor of why people would come to Northern Michigan, why they choose to live in Northern Michigan, why they choose to recreate here, seek employment here. And I respect that. So it's being here in this area is nothing new for me. I've lived in my current location for 25 years. As I mentioned earlier, 2 of my jobs with MSP were 22 years of my career. So I value positional stability. I'm not a big fan of people that move around frequently, just not big into that. I know the basis for it. I know that people, decide to do that for different reasons that they believe are appropriate, and I'm okay with that, but it's not something for me. And that's not something that I subscribe to. I've built teams, effective working teams with a number of different people from a number of different, all sorts of different officers that came in from different departments. Ranging in age from their twenties to the nearly 60 years of age, some with almost no experience as a police officer, and some with over 25 years of experience as a police officer. And I was always consistently able to build very effective teams that went out and got the job done fairly and equitably and helped provide and participate and give their part in making different communities safer places to be. I believe in stepping out and getting away from the office building that I'm in, not to avoid the paperwork, because the paperwork will find you one way or another. There's just no way to completely get around that, but to interact with people in a setting that's not as formal as an office building that's got plaques here and there with names on them and, hey, my door is open. My policy is to leave my office and have a relationship, develop relationships with other people, staff members of the city. And that's what I did in my previous roles with the department. And that's what I've done since then, is interact with people. That's why I decided to become engaged in the volunteering efforts that I have, including the editing work that I do for that magazine. I interact with a number of people there. I'm a relationship builder. I'm a team builder. I'm an effective leader that can have the tough conversations, but has a drive, and I've always been driven to coaching and mentoring. I've looked at staff people that have come onto my teams, even if they're not part of MSP, and most often they weren't, as an investment. And I don't take investment situations in whatever form they arrive in lightly. We don't just decide that we're not happy with somebody someday over the span of a week and push them off to the side. We find a way to make it work. And that's what I did. In very, very difficult circumstances, on multiple occasions, I stepped into roles, usually via a promotional situation. And it was, especially a couple of those times, not a pleasant environment where I started in. And I was able to transform that over a period of time and make that workable, and make it a better and more enjoyable place to be working. And I'm still driven to learn. And there would be some learning here for me. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I am still driven to learn, to succeed, to be a part of something great, to be a part of a great team. And I believe that that's what's here today. I believe there are great community members here. I believe there's a lot of work to be done. I know that. You would get your money's worth out of me and then some, because I'm not oblivious to the fact of the work that the person in this position faces and will face. So those are my reasons in summation for why you should select me.
Do you have any questions for the city council?
I guess I'll flip the script on you or some member of city council, and what would you expect from me in the first 60, 90 days?
I think that you touched a lot on getting out and meeting people, the sense of community. I think that is really important. Going to the coffee shops every morning, you're going to learn so much about what's going on. Attending all of the different board meetings, the DDA, the parks, the tree board. That would be my priority in the first beginning.
I think just to get to know the town, there's a lot of moving parts. in every town, I suppose. Of course, replacing an easy guy that's just temporary.
Go ahead, do you have anything?
I think I would add too, that I think I'm roughly in the ballpark of the average age at this point of a community member, and I've worked with a number of people that currently, right up to the point where I left, and even since then, age ranges from 20 to 80. And found a way to make it work. So I am not stuck in a singular generational mindset of absolutely not. I realize things are different and different generations of people that have had different experiences that are apart from mine, look at things differently in a number of avenues. And I'm certainly willing to entertain different and have different thoughts and perspectives on what's presented to me. So I would put that out there. I would ask, I guess a follow-up question, if the board has any semblance of a time frame on or what they may decide to do next, or any kind of an idea on the time frame of decision making or next steps, or not so much.
Want me to answer that?
I think. Yes,
There. So we're gonna have the 4 interviews today, and the conclusion I have, we've allotted some time to discuss that. And then also I put it on Monday night's agenda, so I think Monday we'll have a pretty good idea, at least where we're going from there. That'd be a fair. So by Monday night, after the city council meeting, we may narrow it down, we may select a candidate. It's totally up to these 5, but that would be by Monday night, I think we would have a very good idea of what direction we're headed.
Okay,
thank you very much.
you are welcome. It was a pleasure.
Maybe 10-minute break, anybody need water or anything?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, water will go.
Donuts, I don't have donuts, sorry.
See if I can remember. I don't get ready to go. I need more notes.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you're cruel, man.
And then we.
Very sure. So, like, I mean, talking around out there.
Yeah.
So you came in. You could get it.
Yeah, like today, I get driving. Okay, I'll bring that in.
I got it. So, I got it.
Well, one game. Yeah. I would do. Yeah. Social skill, but. Wow. We walked in my path. I don't care. They walk quarters of a mile. I've heard. Right. And go, I mean, no way. All right. Well, I even think.
People need to speak up to the plate.
Yeah.
You can talk to any garden.
It's not. You.
That's good.
Right.
Jimmy World. No.
You all ready to get started? All right, we'll get the next gentleman in. Stay, no, you're.
Good, Tom, how are you?
Right.
Great to be back, right?
Yeah. Exactly. I'd be at work. Yeah.
What else you gonna do?
No, and I should know, my first roommate.
You're down there south of Flint, really?
Yeah, south of Flint.
Used to have a customer, real, who was the mayor of Carroll for like 30 years.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it around Flint?
You know, my Flint, South Carolina. He used to go back.
Used to be a big, I think that maybe still a big state mental. Don't ask me where I picked that. Stray piece of information.
Nice try. Oh, I didn't know.
So this, I'd like to introduce Scott Sabak. I'm currently the city manager of Carroll, I believe. And a couple reminders. Number one, I've been asked that everybody speak up a little bit, sort of like a kindergartner room talk, my voice. And then remind everybody, Frank, that we try to keep this within an hour. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. This thing on, or do I have to push the button?
Push the button.
There we go. You got it. feel like I'm back in the house, I push the button to talk. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you to DPW for getting the roads cleared, I appreciate it.
No, it's nice, yeah.
Now, if the temperature could raise, the salt would work, that'd be perfect.
We appreciate your time and energy getting to know our community and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us about yourself, both personally and professionally.
I can't hear you, Wendy, just so you know. I can barely hear your voice. I don't know what to.
All right, you just read the question.
Read my lips.
I know. Thank you.
So personally, professionally, so I'm been a kind of a government person since first read about Abraham Lincoln in second grade. So it's always kind of been what I wanted to do. The fact that I turned out as tall as him just is further irony. So I have a master's degree in public administration from Milton University and also a bachelor's degree in political science from the same. First half of my life I spent in more of the political side of things, worked as a staffer for the U.S. House of Representatives and for Michigan State House of Representatives, then ran for state rep, lost, learned a valuable lesson about running for office, and decided it wasn't really what for me. I had some personal things that kind of went through there, including the loss of my father and a few other things. So it kind of made me reallocate where I wanted to do with my life. So I decided to put my master's degree to better use and went off from Macomb County to Escanaba to be the DDA director for 2 years. It's one of the reasons I liked the idea of coming back to Northern Michigan, but not having a bridge that I sometimes can't cross if I need to go see my mother. And then after that, ended up in Caro as the city manager, where I've been there for the last 3 years. I've put my record there as against a lot of the former managers. We had a lot of turnover prior to me being there. I was the 6th manager in 6 years. And one of the things that I bring to the table is that I think because of where I am in my career and where my past is, I have a more patience than I think some other people do. And I'm sure as council members and mayors, you know, no one calls City Hall because they're happy. So de-escalation and talking people and sometimes giving them the answer, which can't always be yes, but at least giving them an answer is something I value. So that's kind of where I've been professionally, personally. My professional career has sucked a lot of my own time up, but what free time I do have, besides tinkering around my house, which is, you know, the joys of homeownership. I enjoyed reading. If you guys have used book sales, please point them to me because I always like taking a grocery bag full on $5 bag day. And that's actually my retirement plan, is somewhere on Lake Michigan to end up with a house with a hammock, a picture of Arnold Palmer, and a stack of books, and a fishing boat. So that's my retirement goal. So if there's any other specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them, or you have 16 others, so I'm happy to get through those in a timely manner.
Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Harbor Springs and prepare for the interview?
I spent a lot of time on your website, reading a lot of documents, went through a lot of some of your past council meetings and such. So, but the thing is that it's learning a community is not what's on those pieces of paper, as I've learned from my career. Those are plans that come together and, you know, say, okay, this is what we want to do, or okay, this is how we budgeted, this is the projects we want to do. But the true way of learning a community is being in it, because the people aren't a plan. They're people, they have individual day-to-day responsibilities, day-to-day concerns. And for most people, it's, you know, making sure that the stuff we provide is there. You know, most people that I've dealt with, like just recently, you know, I don't know if you've read, but you know, in Caro on Wednesday, we had 3 inches of rain in about 2 hours. No one called me because they were worried about the 5-year rec plan. It was, my street's flooded, can you please unflood it? So a lot of it is the immediate concern, so what people are caring about day to day, and that's something you really can't tell from a piece of paper. But from what I can't tell from what you guys have put out in terms of your plans and how you guys are with the city, is that you value your small town feel. You have a very high value when you're being a waterfront community, but you also want to make sure that you're always providing the amenities that make Harbor Springs Harbor Springs. So you plan for that, and just like the rest of us, you run into money problems. And unfortunately, post-COVID, and most of the grant programs I run into, you have to tailor things to fit them and not grants that are available for us. For instance, you know, I'm trying to do water line work in my city, and they've just redefined the drinking water state revolving fund points to emphasize lead replacement, which after Flint, we all understand. I don't have a lead problem, I have an arsenic problem, so I'm not gonna get points, so I'm gonna have to go find other ways to fund that. So it's part of the joy of what I do.
Not every decision you make turns out as planned. Sometimes there's a disappointment along the way. Please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you had hoped for. What did you learn from the process?
Well, one thing you learn from any failure is that teaches you humility, that I don't know all the answers, and I know I don't know all the answers, and I'm very happy to admit I don't know all the answers. And I can give you my best educated forecast of what a good solution would be. And I'm not always gonna be right. But as long as what I shall choose doesn't actively make things worse, then at least there's, some sort of improvement, even if it's not a perfection. In terms of a personal thing with that, I mean, I could sit here and talk about all kinds of fun things that have happened in my life, about things that I tried that didn't work out, that I thought I could make work, and that sometimes I guess I've had a failing to be my stubbornness of saying, no, I'm not gonna admit defeat, I'm gonna try and will my way through this. I think a recent one was, we did a sidewalk project and we chose a contractor, was good, low bidder. But I think it came down to the reason why they were low bidder is that they were looking to expand their operations and we were a value bid. And my DPW director and I were very frustrated with the fact that when we said we wanted a sidewalk 4 inches thick, that we had to actually go take a tape measure and say 3.5 isn't 4. So one of the things I learned from that is that, just because someone says they can do the work doesn't always mean they can. And that you have to be completely diligent with something like that, because you're not always gonna get everything you want, you're not always gonna get perfection, but you gotta check as best you can. And unfortunately, when people list references, they're always the people who tell you the good things. I don't think anyone's ever listed a reference that'll then say bad things about them. So sometimes you do have to do a little bit of independent looking and checking to see, what is the person who maybe they didn't list say about them. Wow. So that's something I have learned, is sometimes you have to check beyond what
Good morning.
you're. Good morning.
Deep breath. Okay. Harbor Springs City Council and staff are looking for a leader who will serve our community with great leadership.
Mhm.
Please share a time in the last 3 years that you went above and beyond to provide excellent leadership in your current position.
Well, the thing is, after coming in there, that was actually what was required. I didn't have a choice. Because as I said, I had been the 6th manager in 6 years. We just had another person quit mid-meeting. This is the second time a manager quit mid-meeting out of frustration. And one of the things I've learned about leadership is not always about being in front. Sometimes it's about being behind. So one of the things I did to demonstrate leadership to my staff was to show I'm behind you and I'm in front of you. That in any council manager relationship, the manager is stuck in the interesting position of having both sides have the best and worst come at you. And you have to be that liaison between both. And it's a interesting seesaw position to be in. And there had been long tensions in the city about, staff council relations and manager council relations. So one of the things I had to do is just basically communicate more. One of the things I do that I don't think many managers in my position have done, at least according to my staff, is I will get out of my office and I'll talk to my staff every day. And not just the clerk and the treasurer. I will talk to the front office, utility billing. I will go talk to the firemen. I'll talk to the police officer. Just show that I'm there, I'm available, and I want to communicate with you. And I make it clear that, the chain of command, like, if your department head isn't doing something that you think they need to do, you feel the need to come to me, I'm available. I'm not just some guy hiding in his office. I want to be available there for you. And apparently that's been a refreshing change, which I don't see why that would be. I think that's what a good manager should do, is you should be among your staff and you should work with them. And also with my communication with council. I don't think that we should only talk when there's meetings. I think we should be in communication on a semi-regular basis, obviously depending on your lives. I'm sure some of you work, some of you don't. So there's, times that, things may have to be done, but I think leadership is showing, I think that I'm willing to be there for everyone. And I'm willing to say that, yes, I will take on that burden of, I will be there for both council and for staff, and I will be the person who sometimes get in the middle and, represent each one to each side, which is not always easy.
Thank you.
The City of Harbor Springs City Council and leadership have spent a great deal of time creating our capital improvement plan.
Mhm.
Have you had an opportunity to review the plan? If so, do you have any thoughts on the plan and how you can help us execute?
I have had a chance to review the plan. I haven't memorized it, so I can't give you chapter and verse. From my impression, though, it seems like you have a lot of immediate need in electric. And I will be frank, I don't come from a city that provides an electric utility. But my history with that, which I came to Kiro, we had to dive right into a wastewater plant, $12 million overhaul, and I didn't know much, but I learned quickly and I trusted my department as actually, and I hope he's not watching because I don't want him to hear me admit this, but I leaned on someone who's not a department head, who's been a staffer there longer than I've been alive. Because he knows every single thing, he knows how every single time when there wasn't money, they've had to make things work. And I've learned more about it than I never thought I would need to know, but that's what you do when you have to work on that. So I know, if I remember correctly, there was, I remember discussion of a substation, new, and changing of lines and whatever. So the one thing I do know, unfortunately, is that I don't think there's a lot of funding outside of ratepayers for electric. Like, you know, with wastewater and water, you do have the state revolving funds or USDA funding. For Parks and Rec, like I know you're talking about the board, the 600,000 for the boardwalk replacement. You know, depending on how you could work that into one of the Michigan grant application processes. I know that, I also remember, I don't know if it's on your CIP, that you're looking at doing, through Michigan, doing a CDBG grant, which I'm in the middle of doing right now too, for both rental rehab and homeowner rehabilitation. So sometimes the thing with the capital improvement projects is that you have to kind of finagle them to fit where the money is. Now, we're fortunate in that the state legislature has just dumped a whole bunch of more money into local roads. So I know that you've had unspecified road repair on your CIP, and I think that's something that will be very beneficial. And also, again, one of the things you don't have on your website is, you know, things like your PACER studies, your water study, your water rate study, so I haven't, you know, been able to get into those. But just to make sure that if you're investing in your stuff, but also making sure that I'm a big believer in slow and steady rates. Because I know it's not always politically popular to say I'm gonna raise your rates 3 or 4% this year, but with inflation you have to. Because I've seen what happens when it doesn't. I believe, what is it, Marshall, I think? Some city starts with an M around Lansing. Literally just had an emergency where they had to do a replacement, so they're gonna have to raise rates 25% a year for the next 3 years. So you don't want to be in that situation. So making sure that your monetary goals fit what your capital improvement plan says is a big part of it. So that's something where you'd have to get into the details, but seeing where those projects can fit into grant funding is also an important thing. Like, I just got a category B grant from the Michigan Department of Transportation. It's $200,000 to help repair a road because, oh, it benefits school. So we had to tailor what we're doing because they want you to do water and storm sewer improvements. So if you say, okay, I know everyone wants Elm Street to be done, but Oak Street also has a water line, I can get money for that. So we're gonna do Oak Street first. So that's kind of the thing you have to look at too when you're looking for, if you're looking to do these things with outside money with grant funding, is to make them fit where the money's coming from, because unfortunately, when it's their money, it's their.
Thank you.
Financial stewardship is critical to our operations. Have you had an opportunity to review our annual budget? If so, did anything stand out to you after your review?
I did review the budget, and again, didn't memorize it, so I can't quote chapter and verse, but one thing I did find is that you're kind of similar to mine. I think your last general fund budget was about 2.1 or 2.2 million, so you're similar to mine in terms of that. I don't know off the top of my head your fund balance. I know I have a unique problem, is I actually have too much fund balance, so I've been investing in capital projects for that. I do remember reading your last summary that you did have a deficit, but it wasn't operational because of capital investment, which is, I am perfectly comfortable with a deficit if it comes from capital investment one-time costs. I'm not comfortable with an operational budget deficit, never comfortable. And that's when you have to unfortunately make hard decisions, which I've been fortunate so far is that I haven't had to say, okay, we have too many staff and I have to lay off. In fact, I had the benefit of being able to add a DPW staff for last time, and my fire chief is asking me for more, but I don't know if I can make that one work with, we haven't gotten the numbers yet, so I haven't been able to do that, but financial stewardship is something that I've always been a person, even when I was in my political career, I was always very, someone said that, you know, you have to work with what you have. Unfortunately, we're not the federal government. We can't just print more money or give ourselves unlimited cash. We have to live within our means. However, sometimes if you do have things that are, you know, necessary, you know, sometimes you do have to make the hard decisions of, do you ask the residents for more money or do you cut decisions, and sometimes you have to make those hard decisions. So that's something where right now, from my estimations, it doesn't look like you're in any sort of crisis mode. But you wanna make sure that you're, you know, if you are spending your fund balance, you're spending it on one-time expenditures that are gonna have long-lasting impact. They're not gonna be something you have to do every year. Like, anytime I saw anyone spend ARPA money on stuff that was a yearly cost, I wanted to bang my head against the wall. I'm like, it's one-time money, spend it on one-time things, please. So it's just, it's making smart decisions, it's being very careful with the budget, and it's, you know, being honest as both the manager, working with the clerk, treasurer, and with council to say what our obligations are, what we wanna do, and when we can afford it or not. Cause one of the truisms I've learned in my 25 years in politics and government is everyone wants stuff, but no one wants to pay for it. So it's always finding that balance.
Providing excellent customer service is critical in local government. We take great pride in responding to our customers. Please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen customer concern using extraordinary personal skills.
I have a story for this, and it happened about a year ago, and it's one of those moments I'm like, I don't know, I honestly don't know where I pulled the skill set from. I don't have like some sort of specialized de-escalation training. I just don't know where I pulled it from. I had a gentleman at the window, we're talking to our utility biller. Was very upset about his bill because it was his deceased mother's bill and so on and so forth. Loud, had his camera out, I'm gonna sue this, da 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 da. The girls have a way to get a hold of me, say, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, but get the tall guy out there. And so I go out there and I know I'm on camera, I know I need to be calm, so I just talk to him. Just talk to him. Very calmly, very, you know, but resolutely. And by the end of it, I think he wanted to take me out for a beer. I don't know how I did it, but it's just one of those things where you just need to calmly talk to someone and just answer their questions. There are times I can't give definitive answers. Like in this case, I had to tell him, like, you know, can I forget? I was like, I can't, the treasurer can't just forgive this because it's your deceased mom, whatever. Let me talk to my city attorney. Let me do this. So let me look into this. Just being heard sometimes is what people want, even if they don't get the immediate answer. Just being heard, that someone is gonna give a darn about what they care about is all that matters. And I'll use another example of this, not as a way of saying a difficult situation, but also sometimes something simple can make a profound difference. When I was in the US Congress, one of my jobs, I was a scheduler. Scheduler arranges tours of the White House, the Capitol, the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. I had a couple going to DC. Can you schedule us a White House tour? Sure, give me your information, I put it on the website, oh, White House says, yeah, I can go here. Simple, everyday routine task. To them, I've been wanting to go to DC my whole life and you made it so more special because you did. That's one thing. I actually have a letter from them in my office. It's a reminder that sometimes we do the simple things that mean the world to someone else.
Building an atmosphere of teamwork across the city is crucial. As city manager, what steps would you take to foster teamwork? Can you provide an example of your team building efforts?
Well, as I spoke to earlier, I think the first step towards team building is making sure I have regular communication. You know, I'm not the kind of person who only will talk to his department heads in a monthly meeting or a quarterly meeting or even a weekly meeting. You know, I believe in talking to them every day, even if it's just simple, hey, like I walk past my fire chief every day to go into work because he's always there before me. God only knows how, why. And I always say, hey, chief, hey, boss, how you doing? Good, chief, how you doing? Anything interesting last night? No, just, you know, root was this, that, and the other thing. Okay, well, if you need anything, just a simple thing like that. You know, go into my treasurer's office. Anything crazy going on? No? Okay, good. That's a good day. So part of having that is demonstrating that, you know, you are someone who wants to build that team. And then depending on the situation, you know, there are techniques and exercises that are available if there's really a lack of it that you need to build. But that's something you can't assess until you're there. You know, from how I've been greeted here, I don't think anyone seems upset or too angry. So I think, you know, you have at least a pretty decent team atmosphere. And how I heard your last manager departed, it was not anything acrimonious from what I was able to read. You know, so I don't think there's any sort of thing like that going on. So unless someone can tell me wrong from what I've been able to read online, because you never know. So part of it is just, you know, it's not just it's just doing it. And that's it's the weirdest way to say it, but it's the way I have to say it, is that just sometimes you just build, to be a team leader, you just have to foster a team environment. You know, one of the things we've heard a lot in, manager, you know, when we have conventions and get-togethers, is that managers nowadays, the thought process is that you're supposed, if I have the words Ted Lasso one more time, but you know, it's that constant coaching. You know, I don't wanna wait till an annual evaluation to tell you something I think is wrong. If I see a problem, I wanna identify and work to correct it. So that's part of it too, is that, you know, I'm the coach, I'm the head coach, and I don't yell and scream like Dan Campbell, although I might be as big as him. But, thank God I'm not more north, and I'm not Green Bay Packer fans yet. So, but yeah, that's my role, is that I'm the one who's supposed to bring everyone up and demonstrate that team environment through being the head coach, I guess, for lack of a better phrase.
Is it my turn?
I guess.
I guess so. Down, you talk really fast.
Fair enough. Well, also, I have 17 questions in an hour, so.
Oh, you're right, we kind of stretched out the last one long, so I appreciate that. Our next city manager must be a consensus builder whose proven skills in uniting groups with various expectations. Please share an example of how you've used your skills to bring groups together to reach a common goal.
We're kind of in the middle of one of those right now, as I'm sure, you may have your own version of this, but you know, we're doing an America 250 thing in our city right now. And we're working with groups, every service club, we're working with the chamber, we're working with the veterans group, we're working with all kinds of groups to have some sort of event on July 4th. And trust me, it's trying to get a lot of those things together, because one of the things that unfortunately happens is that there's silos. You know, this group is this group and this group, especially like among the service clubs, so sometimes a little bit of professional rivalry, which I get. And also, you know, working with groups with different interests, like working with the school or working with the chamber, or working with other people. And so what I see my role as, my role is to be that facilitator, to solve those problems through communication. And also just by showing up. You know, one of the things that I was told was something that, you know, was different for me as a manager is, you know, whereas other managers didn't get as much in the community, I'm, you know, the manager is the member of the board of directors for the chamber. Sometimes they would go, but me, I'm at every meeting, I'm at every ribbon cutting, I'm at every event. In fact, I have to spend $40 on a ticket for this is a year in a week or two. So, you know, but I show up. You know, I'm a member of the Rotary Club right now. I take an active role in every activity within the city, and I'll be frank, it's kind of hard to miss me. So whenever I'm in the community, you know, I'm even grocery shopping, I'll occasionally get the interesting conversation when something's going on, because again, it's hard to hide. So, but that's kind of just what I see as, you know, collaboration, is that you have to show up and do it. You know, I could sit here and talk about, you know, different skill sets and different trainings of, you know, how to build teams and build collaboration, but in what I've learned in my career, the simplest explanation for how to collaborate and how to build that sort of atmosphere is to show up and do it. And that's what I do.
If you were asked to provide a keynote speech at an upcoming Michigan Municipal Executives Conference, what would the topic be, and why is this topic important to you?
Let's see, it'd be the least attended one. Well, you know, it's one of those things where they do the calls for topics. I've never really sat down and said, you know, I don't have the ego yet, maybe I should, to say I have something I need to tell the rest of my fellow managers. Because I've been to some of them, it's like, you see some of the things they do, and it's like, God, I haven't done anything crazy. Like, I know, it was at the planning one, not MME, but it was at the Michigan Planning Association, talking about, I think it was Howell taking this 20-year-long effort to refocus towards improving, get younger people into the community. I'm like, God, I wish I could do something like that. I wish I could say I've been involved in something so profound that I was able to, you know, but if I have to say this, my tenure as a manager has been fairly boring in that I'm an infrastructure person. You know, I've worked on getting a wastewater plant rebuilt. I've worked on roads. I've worked on our water. When I came into office, my arsenic plant, all of a sudden the media said, no, we're done. So I had to emergency spend $1 million on new media so that I didn't poison my citizens. So that's been kind of what I've done. So if I could have a topic at MME, I think it'd be maybe about what I talked about earlier is how to tailor your infrastructure projects for money. Because we hear a lot about grant funding, and we went through a session about grant funding, about like, you know, if you're doing a water main project, but you don't have enough money for roads, well, the water fund can't pay for the road repair above the water main, so you can kind of sneak a little there, sneak a little there. But I've never gotten a lot of, you know, how to tailor your projects for what's out there for infrastructure funding, you know, like the category A, B, C, D, E, and F from MDOT, or the drinking water and state and clean water revolving funds. For the recreation passport grants, the natural trust fund grant, and there's one of the ones whose name escapes me at the moment. You know, what you have to do in order to demonstrate what they want, not what you want. Because, you know, I'm sure this council can sit here and say, we want to fix this, this, and this, but then when you go to the people with money, it's like, well, no, we want to work on this. So how do you make your thing attractive to their money? I think now that I've talked my way through it, I think that's something I maybe I could do, is like how to tailor your project to attract the money. Because it's not easy. And then they say things that make no sense. Like I applied for a grant to fix a fence around the horse track at the fairgrounds. They said, we're denying this because it's an improvement to a stadium. Like, stadium? I've been to Ford Field. This isn't a stadium. What do I know? The Michigan State knows best, I guess.
As you can imagine, there are a multitude of grants available for a variety of community improvements. Grants are offered in areas such as utilities, marinas, street improvements, arts, culture, and public safety. Do you bring experience in creating and managing state or federal grants?
This is the part where I want to jokingly say asked and answered.
Yeah, I think we already covered it.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I do occasionally make how I deal sometimes with stress is with the occasional wisecrack. So if that's offensive, I do apologize, but it's how I deal with stress. Because either you laugh at certain things or you go crazy. So yeah, I do have experience. In fact, when I switched from politics into government, when I went up to Escanaba, the first thing I did is I had to take over management of a grant from the Michigan Department of Agriculture to build a commercial kitchen in our farmers market. Project was paused for COVID, and so then they unpaused it, so I had to very quickly learn and take over administration, make sure we got everything right, and working with a member of the community who was helping to spearhead the project, we got it done on time and under budget. That's kind of been something I always strive for, is to be on time and under budget. Sometimes I get one, sometimes I get both. I haven't yet missed both, not yet. Like my wastewater project was supposed to be done a month ago, and it's gonna be in June, but that's also because supply chain is just kicking us so hard. But yeah, like I said, I've administered that grant. When I was in Escanaba, I got a grant from I can't remember the name of the group, but they're tied to one of the railroad companies, and I got $30,000 to put trees in downtown. Like I said, I'm doing the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, $12 million loan through the state. I have a Schedule B transportation grant that I just got that we're actually out for bids right now for our contractor. Like I said, developing CDBG grant right now. So I'm about to, actually my council on Monday, hopefully will approve the resolution, let me put the application in. So that we're doing those steps. So yes, I do have quite a bit of experience, mostly public grants. Private grants has not been as much, but yeah, a lot of public grants. And I have learned also the higher up you go, the more the hoops. Anything that has any federal dollars, the compliance is just a bear. And that's why sometimes you do have to bring in like an outside professional, because federal compliance requirements are a lot more arcane than state requirements.
The success of the city manager has much to do with becoming a part of the community's fabric. We expect our leader to be very visible in the community. Please describe your current or previous experience in serving your community through outreach or volunteerism.
I swear to God, I didn't get these questions ahead of time. I swear to God. Like I said, I mean, I've always been an active and involved person. In fact, in parts of my life, I've actually had to pull back, because one of the unfortunate truths is that my generation and younger don't do things in person. And so whenever I would show up at some sort of entity, it was like, ooh, young person, here, do this. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Too much too soon. So that's something that I've had to, be very, pick and choose, because everyone sees a young person involved in their community and everyone wants them, every group wants them, everyone says, oh, you do this, do this, do that, like, I can't do everything. So as I said, my job puts me on the board of the chamber. So I'm an active member with that. We put on events throughout the year. I work with them on a lot of things, and I think an active chamber is a good thing. When I show up at most events throughout the city. I think that the city manager should be visible. I'm not the council, I'm not the elected people, but they should be able to communicate with me, and like I said, it's hard to hide me. Previous places, I've always had some sort of civic involvement, whether it's just bowling league or, something else. So I try to be involved as much as I can while also allowing myself a few evenings free to sit and either watch TV or read a book. Because because having every night sucked up, I did live that life for a few years, and I'm unfortunately too old to live on coffee and $5 pizza. But I do know that, being involved is an important thing, and you have to find that balance. But also, as I said, that's the flavor of the community, just to make, is it a community where this group and this group don't get along, so you have to choose. I'm like, well, I don't think that my position, oh, if it's this and this, that I shouldn't choose between those, but if it's something that's collaborative or something that isn't involved in some sort of thing like that. So that's also where, again, you have to kind of get to know the community before you can dive in with both feet.
We recognize and appreciate your effort you have displayed to become our next city manager. Leaning on your professional experience, what two things come to mind when I ask, what are the two biggest challenges facing Harbor Springs?
Well, I know one is the same thing we all challenge at the local government level, and that's funding. We all face that, no matter whether I'm city manager of Copper Harbor, Monroe, St. Joseph, or Sault Ste. Marie. Every local government has a funding problem. There's always stuff to do and never enough money to go around. And, and you can't just raise your taxes so high that, you get everything at once, because then that has, issues with, population and whatnot, and, business environment. So it is striking that balance. A second thing that I'm trying to think through, like, all the stuff I've read, but as I said, funding is always the biggest thing, but I think also making sure that what you provide is reliable is another thing we always face at this local level. Like, seeing how much you are looking to invest in electric very soon, because I think your CIP is very big in 26 and then tapers off. That tells me that you want to ensure reliability. And I know that, you recently had, an ice storm where you had to get FEMA money. So I'm sure redundancy is important. And without knowing the ins and outs of the system, I don't know if there was an issue with that at the moment or not. I know when Lansing had an ice storm, they were down for a week because, Bureau of Water and Light just did not have their act together. And I know that for me, making, this latest rainstorm could have exposed that we have, underground pipes that are, failed, that we need to spend money on fixing. So finances for everything you do, and then ensuring reliability of services, which kind of go hand in hand, because, the reliability comes from the money. But I think they're the two things that, local government directly has the most effect on, is making sure that, if we're going to provide something, we do it well, but it's always a fight of, how much money do we have to do it.
Okay. Excuse me.
Mhm.
This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
When developing the next city budget, you note that revenues exceed expenditures by $200,000. In reviewing the budget, the city council asks you for a recommendation on how to allocate that $200,000.
Mhm.
For this scenario, allocating to the fund balance is not an option.
Fair enough. First thing I would do is I'd look at that CIP and say, is there something from the next year we can drag forward? Sometimes it's, oh, you have to do X before you do Y, so you can't do that. But if I have an excess in budget, which is always a joy and such a wonderful hypothetical, thank you. Because it's usually the opposite problem. It's like, okay, where do I have to nip and tuck? That's what I would look to, is if you have a one-time expenditure surplus, then I would look to what is a one-time thing we could spend on. Now, to amend your hypothetical slightly, if it finds out that with our revenue projections, we're always gonna have this 200,000. Then the question becomes, okay, do we have enough projects to cover that? Or is it a situation, in the end, not knowing your staff, not knowing your levels? Oh, does DPW or electric need another person? And we can afford that other person if it's a long-term projected budget surplus. So that's the other thing that would come into effect. If it's a one-time thing, you look at it for one-time funding. If it's a operating surplus, then that's sometimes when, again, maybe you need to invest it in more people to provide more, because I know in the 2000s, in the COVID era, a lot of people went down. Like my city at its peak had 12 DPW workers. We were down to 6, we just put a 7th back. We're probably never gonna be back to 12. But is that a situation where if you have an operating surplus that you invested in having people to provide more service to the community, whether that's DPW worker, someone to help your Parks and Rec superintendent, someone to help the harbor master. I don't need an assistant, but I'll take one. I don't like doing paperwork, but I'll do it. So it just depends on, the specifics of the situation, but in your scenario of a one-time surplus, I would look to see if there's something from a future CIP we can drag forward.
Question about the question.
Sorry.
Fast forward to March 2027.
Mhm.
It is time for the city council to evaluate your first year as our city manager.
Mhm.
Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year of office.
Learn as much as possible. That in a year from now, you can say that he came in, he dove in with both feet, and he learned our city. He didn't come in here and have some sort of preconceived notion that I will do this, this, and this because it's worked for me before. That I came in, analyzed what Harbor Springs does, and tweaked it to make it better. I don't have a cookie cutter, like I will come in and you will do this, this, and this because that worked for me. What worked for me in Carroll is gonna work for me here. Just like if I'm here for 10 years and I move on to say, what's the Grand Rapids, I think is the biggest city with manager. What worked for me in Carroll and here is not gonna work in Grand Rapids. My job is to come in, look at what's here and improve it. In a Harbor Springs way. Not in a Carroll way, not in a Escanaba way, not in a Scott way. In a Harbor Springs way. And part of that is learning Harbor Springs. And I can read everything I can, search on Google, read newspapers, everything I can, and the paywalls allow me. But it's until you're here every day is where you learn. I always say that I didn't really know Carroll until I did my first budget. Because that's when you really get into the details. When I came in December, so I was halfway through someone else's budget. So my job was just execution. When it came time to develop my own, and that's when I had to really sit down and have those long conversations with my department heads, really understand what they did instead of just diving in and cleaning up what was left over. That's when I really learned, and that's when I said, okay. And it took me a year or two to say, okay, now we should tweak this and we should tweak that, and we should maybe do things this way and do things that way. Like, for example, we do an annual sidewalk repair program, and we always did it a certain way. And one of the things I did working with our engineer is we would always base the special assessment we mail to our residents off the engineer's estimate. And it was usually off, high or low, depending on bids. So I said to him, is there a way we can bid it, tentatively hold the contractor and have a more accurate special assessment based on the bid, not based on an estimate? Yeah, that works. So now when people get an estimate for their sidewalk assessment, it's based off the actual bid price, not an estimate from an engineer. So it's a lot more accurate to what the actual bid price is. So again, not a major change, not a change that is earth shattering, but it gave more accurate information to the residents. So that's what, like when I say tweak, that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
This is an opportunity for you to provide this council with a final summary of why you believe your leadership skills, education, and commitment to excellence make you the right fit for Harbor Springs.
The word provide, not bribe, right? I heard bribe, I'm like, that must be provide. Sorry, I don't know if catch or bribe anyone. Why I think I should be your chosen candidate. I don't want to, it's kind of hard sometimes to, even after all these years in politics, it's still hard to brag on myself. I don't know why, it still is. But I think that what I bring to the table is experience, is temperament, and is someone who has spent his whole life being a facilitator and of whatever, just like even when I was at Capcom this week, one of my council members, we've been having issues with their downtown. I made sure she met with the downtown association to start those lines of communication. So that's kind of what I believe in. I believe in being a presence in the community. I believe in being a leader for the staff who, you know, shows them that, you know, while if there's an issue, I'm gonna correct it, but you know, I don't take sides and, you know, I'm not gonna be the person who just plays one side against the other. I have to work with both sides. And sometimes that puts me in a weird place. So I know I'm comfortable. I'm someone who I like to build bridges literally and figuratively. I haven't built a bridge yet, but like I said, I'm an infrastructure person and I enjoy the process of improving things, of making things like that better, because the thing that local government provides most is the things that we take for granted. You know, no one thinks, in fact, I have a joke with with a few people that I say is like, you know, everyone, like I said earlier, people call City Hall and they're upset. No one calls me when they say, hey, the garbage picked up, thanks. Hey, my light went on, thank you. Oh, my toilet flush, thank you very much. All the water came on, very good. So one of my Parks and Rec members, I said that to them, and so every time she calls me for something, she says, hey, my water works, thank you. Just again, you take the negativity and it does weigh on, it does make you sometimes feel like, you know, am I doing something right? Because all I get is negativity. But it's the unspoken providing of all those things that people just take for granted that is the satisfaction. And knowing that if you that one of the things that I want to do wherever I decide to ever work, Harbor Springs, anywhere else, is I want to know that in my tenure, when my time is up, the people look back at me for the 5 minutes they'll remember me and say he made the things better. No one remembers a city manager 20, 30, 40, 50 years from the road. I know that. Wherever I am, I'm a temporary cog in the wheel. Just like all of you are, all the staff is. The cities we work for, the city I work for, they were here long before us, they'll be here long after us. We're a temporary steward to do the best we can to make things better. That's my goal in this job, no matter where it is, and I hope to bring that attitude, bring that idea, and bring that work ethic to Harbor Springs to benefit you guys, benefit the staff, to benefit the residents. That's me in a nutshell. Any other questions, comments, or length? No one brought tomatoes and bananas like in the movies. So I guess no one's gonna throw anything at me. I do have a large bag as a target, so.
I think the last question is, do you have any questions for the city council?
I know that your time frame is you'd like to have someone by May. And I know like if I was chosen, I'd have to give like a month's notice, so obviously that's something you have to work out. And if I am so fortunate to be selected, I'm sure I'll have lots of questions about, you know, benefits and salary and all that, but this is not the point to negotiate that right now. But like I said, the things that I usually would have a question about would be things that would be discussed if and when I am chosen. So those are things I'll reserve for that moment. Just to say that win, lose, or draw, thank you. It's nice to, you know, put an application out there and have a city council that has no idea who you are say, hey, you know what, on paper, this guy looks like someone we might want. Now, whether or not my words have reinforced that or denigrated it, I don't know. But I just like to thank you for the opportunity. I've always wanted to come back to this area in terms of, you know, I fell in love with this area traveling before, and it would be a great goal of mine to be back in this area and to work in Harbor Springs, because I'll be honest, if this hurts my cause, I don't care. My favorite microbrewery is right down M19, and to be able to go to it and get my cranium fresh on a regular basis would make me very happy, because that's my all-time favorite microbrewery. But and I say that even if you guys hadn't interviewed me, I've said that for years. So the opportunity to live in this area, I have looked at the real estate, and good gravy, I'm gonna have to find something I can afford. And if, I guess the last question also is if I am chosen, I hope someone can tell me a name of a good realtor. Hey, I did that when I worked at Carroll, that 3 2 6, call Evan, and Evan worked for me, so you never know. You don't know until you ask.
All right, thank you. Everybody all set?
Well, thank you very much, and I have to rush out of here because I have to go to my nephew's birthday party 4 hours away, so thank you again to DPW for doing the roads.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very much, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll take 10 minutes. I got the next one to zoom in, so we'll try to start about 10:52.
Can't wait for that.
No, yeah.
What are fund balances?
There's water.
That's like the amount left over. In other words,
I mean, and why does the final line of your question say, in this situation, application to fund balances are not, is that a normal?
what it's saying is. You can't say, oh, you're just saying. When you're saying you need to make a decision.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, maybe.
what the fund balance is. Because at the very end, you can't apply them to fund balance.
That's an accumulating excess revenues.
So it's sort of like your savings account. It's sort of like your reserve, like we have 9 months, am I right? Of operating expenses in the reserve.
Where they would specifically apply
Right.
surpluses,
Trying to get
rather
them-
than just thrown into a general.
Right, it's sort of like you don't want to fail. Is how I look at it. Sort of like you can't just say, oh, I'm just gonna save it. It's like, no. Like the answer. Yeah.
Hello, Wendy Reeves.
He looked at the CIP and said, advanced,
day out
move
there
forward,
today.
whatever.
Yeah,
The
like you
top
said,
projects.
if it's a one-time excess, yes. So,
I think it was even brought up one.
The first guy,
Anything, yeah.
CIP and his answer to that question too.
They get out of the closet, but yeah. so,
All right,
all good.
okay, so fund
Does that
balance
help? I know.
is accrued
Well,
earnings.
it's true that you
Uh,
didn't-
I'm staying for the.
Accounting, which is another reason it doesn't.
I guess Kyle.
I like you
wasn't
guys'
a
question.
question that ought to be-
yeah.
Didn't he ought to be-
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I was like. oh, I mean, Yeah. Yeah. So easy question.
I gotta go back to accounting.
I think they're, yeah.
301. Yeah, and-
Yeah, especially if you live here, so you're like, oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I got that one. You got
I
that.
guess, yeah.
Anyway, all right.
It's a little, and maybe it's good to see.
Mark Rondell.
I thought
Size matters.
that you
What?
I'm sorry.
tried to.
Size matters.
Yes.
Yeah. You're a good coach.
I can take that. I love
Big boat?
great big steaks.
Oh, okay.
I'm over big boat.
Oh, you're over big boat.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Tom.
love
So that's
Okay,
kind
yeah.
of why I was,
it.
I don't. know if you-
We used to drive by and.
Don't you?
Yeah.
It's a little like-
It said 72
Yeah.
ounce stick.
Everybody can, everybody right
And it said, someday I'm gonna stop.
Oh,
there." I was the quote, command
What do you think,
my
Judy?
skills in the village. I think I could have done.
Beautiful day, and here we are.
All right,
it.
so.
We were on a mission.
Okay.
And drive right past.
Jim said, sorry, he gets mad. Steakhouse. And I was there, I know for 30 years, but I always stop.
They do the same thing, do they have a monster steak?
They do, I think it's like a 32 ounce. though. And we would,
I kept trying to imagine 72 ounce.
It'd be like the size of that chair bottom.
Well, in Puerto Rico, we had a dish called chuleta can. Chuleta is pork chop. In Spanish. And literally, it came on a platter. I had no idea how they cooked this thing,
Wow.
but it came on a platter like that oval, and it filled the whole, hung off the edge. Hung off the edge. It was awesome.
Yeah, you better like work fast or be nervous.
Oh, it went down really.
It did, yeah.
Talk to yourself, right? Sort of. I know. That's why I'm rethinking that.
I have.
I'm pretty sure they were planning. And I haven't heard anything.
What shop do you work in?
Jane McLaughlin,
Oh,
so it's
yeah.
right across from. It's great. My first job. But now I like it.
Yes, she should. I wore the jacket to Cartier for my birthday,
Oh,
to
good.
dinner, and all I got.
Yay,
Thank
see, you're a good
Thank
model.
No, it was, I've never shopped in that store once. Carter did my birthday there in January. She picked out the
Oh.
stuff.
So, I'm so glad.
Wanted to let you know that was very appreciated.
Thank you.
Don't let him do it again.
Now, has that store always been there or?
It's always, so it opened 7 years ago, so it's corporate owned out of, that was my other. Cause I'm such a mom and pop, not
Yeah, yeah.
corporate person.
Right.
So there've been some hurdles to kind of get going, but now it's okay. It's-
That's great.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's great.
It's been
You've been here
okay.
for 7 years.
Yeah.
Really.
And now they started staying open year round 3 years ago, which was nice because I was bouncing. When I first took the job, we closed in January, but I only hit nubs from that November through.
Right.
So I was trying to do both and I had to do both, so.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's perfect.
Oh, we did it at the,
That's.
so you were candidate number at
And,
1
you know,
o'clock.
do
You
you
watched
get
his
enough
first
people
three.
to get there?
You should be like, that's all the questions really.
Quiet, which is good. For now,
Oh.
I'm glad they're counting when it is,
Yeah.
because if it were summer, it'd be hard to.
So I thought, well, they're at home watching it.
But it's good.
I have recorded it.
There always seems to be something.
Open.
It's over.
There's-
Do you have other folks that work with you in the summer?
Hope you're going to.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They're in Sarasota. So she works in the store down in Sarasota. And then she'll work with me. Which is great. She has experience. Are you getting out of town?
Well, we leave, yeah, we're gonna go, at the end of the month. We'll be back in the middle of April, so we go about 3 weeks.
Where are you going?
We go to the same place every year. It's St. Martin.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, so it's like a drive by, you know, it's a little heavy in the food.
Hey, yes. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it's warm and it's quick change, you know, she after her winter. It's ready. Yeah, so we'd like.
We are going to Grand Fun is being here in St. Bart's
No way.
in April, and so we are going down to St. Bart's for that. So I've never been around here.
Well, you people go, you have to go through St. Mark's to go to St.
Yes,
Mark's.
yeah.
You'll go to the airport, which is, they just completely renovated. it, so
Oh,
it's really cool. It'd be very easy.
Okay.
You don't have to have- You've never been to St. Bart's.
It's
You've
weird.
heard, you've
Oh,
heard,
wow.
yeah, it's a, a huge drop down. but it's like- Yeah.
Very slowly.
Years and years and years ago, my brother.
One more.
It's like. You're sort of like,
Wow.
yeah.
I have never.
No, he's a good.
That's true. The way
He's got
it
it.
was.
You missed it. Morning.
There we go.
Yeah.
And it brought down and gave him back up.
I can remember what I was. Greg, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
There we go. Hi Greg, I'm Kyle. You don't see me here, but interim city manager. You have council in front of you. I'm gonna slide over there so you don't have to look over my bald head. And but we have a series of questions for you. We're hoping this will take less than an hour. And there's 17 questions. We'll go from right to left. The council people will ask your questions. And if you want since this is being Zoom, and I'm glad you didn't, if you were trying to come down this morning, you wouldn't have made it because of the fact that the bridge is closed. I just got the text. And so, so anyways, I'll let Councilwoman Reeves will start on the very right there. And if you have any questions, I'm hoping this goes well on Zoom. Feel free to reach out. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Volume.
Volume works.
Yeah.
Let's take a top on. So, Craig, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
We appreciate your time and energy getting to know our community and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us about yourself, both personally and professionally.
Okay, well, I was, as you might know, born and raised in Manistee. Spent the first 18 years of my life there, graduated from high school there, and then went to Ann Arbor to go to school. Ended up living in Ann Arbor, or the Ann Arbor area, much of my adult life, until I came up here last year. But I've been trying to get back to Northern Michigan for a while. So I started to, I have my bachelor's is in business administration. I went to very briefly to law school after getting out of undergrad. I finished my undergrad at Alma College, which is where I met my wife as well. We've been married ever since. Yeah, but then I changed course and I went to Eastern and studied public administration, and was fortunate enough to get a job while I was still in grad school at Pittsfield Township, which is the charter township that's immediately east and south of the city of Ann Arbor. And I worked there for 10 years. I was initially building and zoning administrator when I was hired, but pretty quickly became community development director was the new name. So I had handled the planning as well. And later on, about halfway through my time there, I was also appointed utilities director. So I ran the water and sewer utility there as well. During the time I was at Pittsfield, I went to law school at night. I commuted down to Detroit, which was then called Detroit College of Law. It's called Michigan State University College of Law now, much to my chagrin as an Ann Arborite. But after I finished my degree, I wanted to practice, so I did that. Hung out. Initially went into practice with a guy I knew in Ann Arbor, but after about a year, he was a real estate developer and he didn't really practice anymore, and so I just took on the clients myself. Had law practice for quite a number of years. I did, a great variety of things, but they were mostly focused around land development, real property development, real estate matters. But I had general counsel gigs for a few companies, one major company that was affiliate of Dan Gilbert's back in the day. And got back into the planning a bit through McKenna. I was principal planner there for a little bit. Mostly worked as a sub-consultant for them, doing various communities. And then my wife decided she didn't want to work at U of M anymore. And when the government benefits ended and we were paying $1,800 a month for a bronze plan on the market for health insurance, I decided it was time for me to go back into government, which I did at the city of Adrian. Initially, took the job as their community development director. They hadn't had one for quite a number of years before they refilled the position with me. And then pretty shortly after I got there, the then administrator, Nathan Bird, left to go to Livingston County to be the county administrator. And I took over as the city administrator as well. So I did both those jobs at Adrian for 5 years. And, you know, in furtherance of my goal to get back up north, last year took an early retirement payout of sorts from Adrian that allowed me to relocate, and we relocated up here to Marquette. And, you know, have nothing bad to say about it other than today. We still have another 30 inches of snow coming later today. So it's not over for us. We're kind of snowbound right now, but that's kind of it in a nutshell. Though happy to expand on anything if you want.
Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Harbor Springs and prepare for this interview?
So I will say I do know Harbor Springs. I've been there a lot over the years. Familiar with the city, of course, and had a friend that used to keep his, or he didn't keep his boat there, but he frequently parked his boat there or docked his boat there. So we would stay on his boat and hang around town. But since I've known about the interview, I've gone through your website, some of your documents, looked at your budget for this year. Things like that, just to acquaint myself with what's been going on with your city itself. And I will say, pretty impressed by what I saw. It seems to be, you seem to have a well organized operation. You got good ways of doing things. You're quite transparent, it seems to me. You've adopted the Zoom option for people to participate, I think, on a regular basis, which is something I did in Adrian as well. It came out of the pandemic, but we kept it after the pandemic, and I really believe in it strongly in terms of promoting public participation. So that's kind of it.
Excuse me. Not every decision you make turns out as planned. Sometimes there's disappointment along the way. Please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you hoped for. What did you learn from the process?
Well, this was a project I was involved in. I won't say it was entirely my idea, but toward the end of my time there in Adrian, we had a very vigorous code enforcement program, blight remediation program going on there, which was very much needed. However, the idea came up of doing a point of sale inspection program, to further that goal even more. And it was not a popular idea in the community. And I did share my thoughts on it with the commissioners who were proponents of it, but it ended up passing by a bare majority. Immediately was the subject of a referendum election, which took place in the fall of last year after I had left, and was voted down by 80% of the electorate, 80% to 20%. And Yeah, the lesson is that don't get out ahead of your constituency, right? I mean, they're driving the boat, and you need to, as good as the policy may be, if you can't sell it to the people, then you shouldn't be pursuing it.
Harbor Springs City Council and staff are looking for a leader who will serve our community with great leadership. Please share a time in the past 3 years that you went above and beyond to provide excellent leadership in your current position.
Well, in my current position, I've only been here a year, but we have had to substantially restructure during that time. A couple of our longest serving employees with the township had to leave, and I looked internally to fill those positions, and particularly the DPW director position. I filled it with a guy who, though he had a background, doing some of that kind of work, he was not an engineer, is not an engineer, and I think needed more than the usual amount of mentorship to be comfortable in the position. And he went through a leadership training program we have up here too, and that helped him a lot in terms of being more comfortable dealing with people. But just being there, as a regular daily support, which I hesitate to say that's above and beyond, because that is how I like to be. I like to be very accessible and authentic with employees, and that has been my strategy here, as it was in Adrian as well. Really prefer to have as many different people from different departments in my office at a time as possible, furthering collaboration and just generating ideas that way. But to your direct question, I think more than the usual amount of mentorship was needed there, but it was the right decision to allow somebody to advance with the organization, but also to get a person who was going to really take the job as seriously as it needed to be taken.
Thank you.
The City of Harbor Springs City Council and leadership have spent a great deal of time creating our capital improvement plan. Have you had an opportunity to review the plan? If so, do you have any thoughts on the plan and how you can help us execute it?
I did look at it. It was different than some that I've been familiar with because of your electric utility. And I will say I've never run an electric utility, obviously, well, not obvious, but I haven't. I have been involved in rate setting. Interestingly, in Adrian, we had a local exclusive gas franchise, and I was the gas commissioner for the city and set the rates for that, or help set the rates. But in terms of how to advance it, I think if you look at my career, I've been pretty successful and relatively creative in being able to find funding sources for things, going back to my time in Pittsfield, where we paved miles and miles of roads and built miles and miles of water and sewer infrastructure at no cost to the general public, at no cost to the township's budget. And in Adrian, we were able to secure they were earmarked funds, but there's a strategy for doing that to the tune of $26 million worth for a number of projects around town that could not have been built any other way. I was involved in the creation of a regional trail authority there that extended the trail, pales by comparison to what we have up here, but extended the trail for a mile to connect the cities of Adrian and Tecumseh. And that a big part of that was done through crowdfunding, and that was a very successful way to get buy-in and get that project done. So, to answer your question, I think I'm pretty good at figuring out strategies to get things done. I'm not, I don't want to say I'm impatient, but I'm anxious to get the things done that the community wants to have done and to have it look the way it wants to look. And I don't have any specific proposals for how to do that. I haven't studied the plan to that extent, but that would be my hope that I could help you with that.
Financial stewardship is critical to our operations. Have you had an opportunity to review our annual budget? If so, did anything stand out to you after your review?
Yeah, well, initially I was a little worried about the current apparent deficit, but then I read through the budget explanation and I realized it's mostly accounted for by donated funds that are in your fund balance, and so obviously that's fine if you don't have a problem with operations, which it does not appear that you do. And so but that was the thing that stood out to me. I mean, I just came from a situation here where I came in and uh, there had been a budget in place and other budgets in place for prior years, the last 4 prior to this one, that did not balance. They appeared to balance, but they didn't actually balance. They relied on sort of phantom revenue sources. And the first thing I did was call those out, and then we saw what the reality was, and the result of that was that we ended up going out last year for a public safety millage, which was successful. So stabilized the budget going forward for the next 10 years. But yeah, that was the thing that jumped out at me. But it does appear that there's a good explanation for that, so I was not concerned.
Providing excellent customer service is critical in local government. We take pride in responding to our customers. Please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen customer concern using extraordinary personal skills.
I don't know that a certain time comes to mind, but since I've been up here, that's kind of the mission here is different than it kind of was in my prior gig. I was more of a CEO at Adrian. I had department heads that did almost everything, and I like to say everything's been reduced down to 10% here. I had 140 employees, now I have 14, and I had a $40 million budget, now I have a $4 million budget. But with that comes a need to be very hands-on and personable with people, and particularly in light of what we just did with the public safety millage. We wanted to focus on how, because there isn't a ton of crime in the township, right? And so there are other aspects to our police and fire services, though, that just fit the resident on a daily basis. For example, property check-ins are a huge thing up here. And so the police do that, and they do that regularly. And so getting that message out that, we do provide excellent customer service in that arena as elsewhere was important. But, I'm out at the counter. I think I may have said in my letter, I took over the work of the planning director who left the township here. And so I have occasion to go out and talk to lots of folks about their plans for their property. And I just try to be very down to earth, and they don't understand necessarily the purpose of the ordinance, and certainly don't know what it says, ordinances. And so, you have to explain the reason for the rule if you want people to buy into it. But like I say, I've shifted my focus, personal focus up here, into being a person who provides resident services, right? As opposed to a person who manages others doing that.
Building an atmosphere of teamwork across the city is crucial. As city manager, what steps would you take to foster teamwork? Can you provide an example of your team building efforts?
Yeah, well, like I said, I like to have a very collaborative style with staff. I like my door to be open and as many staff people to be in my office as want to be, and ideal, a few at a time. If I've got somebody in the office already, I always motion the next person in unless it's something that, wouldn't be appropriate to discuss in front of them, but ideally not. Uh, and I find the best ideas come out of everybody just hanging out and talking together like that from different disciplines. Likewise, I think that makes staff feel like they're part of a team. When you're having those regular conversations, you have a different perspective than if you're in your own silo. And I've always done staff meetings. I assume I would still there on a periodic basis. Here we do them only after board meetings. I guess in Adrian, I did them every 2 weeks for the department heads, and then I did them every other week, every other off week for the community development department, which I ran. So, and I think those are important too. And again, the goal at those staff meetings is everybody shares, everybody lets everybody else know what's going on, and in that way, you when you know what everybody else is doing, you feel more like you're part of that team of people.
Our next city manager must be a consensus builder who has proven skills in uniting groups with various expectations. Please share an example of how you've used your skill to bring groups together to reach a common goal.
Well, certainly not groups, but during my legal career, I had a lot of occasion to negotiate amongst opposing parties. That was most of the job, right? And I'd really prided myself on trying to settle most matters in a way that was relatively amicable. In government, of course, my planning work was often about finding consensus and through public engagement and other means. I did a master plan for the city of Clawson when I was city planner, consultant city planner there. That I was pretty proud of in terms of the process, where we went to various, we had focus groups of, from different constituencies within the city, and went and talked to each one, including the high school kids. One of the things that came out of that I recall, which was a surprise to me. I mean, most master plans have, a complete streets plan that includes, lofty ambitions about bicycle lanes, right? And they all said, we're scared to death to ride on the streets here. We will not ride on Livernois or 14 Mile Road. And what came out of it instead, it seems like a small thing, but it was to have a plan for the use of the sidewalks for biking, which involved repealing an ordinance that had prohibited riding bikes on the sidewalk. So it kind of seems like kind of a small thing, but it came through a collaborative process that involved various constituencies in the city, and where we learned something from doing that that I think really benefited the validity of the plan.
If you were asked to provide a keynote speech at an upcoming Michigan Municipal Executives Conference, what would it be? What would the topic be? And why is this topic important to you?
That's an interesting one. I don't, I was just gonna shoot from the hip here because I've never contemplated doing such a thing, but I would say the topic would be don't take yourselves too seriously. And that's important to me because, I think we all do tend to do that and the work is serious, but it doesn't mean that we should take ourselves so seriously. And I try to have a lighthearted approach with staff and others around Township Hall or City Hall, as the case may be. And I think people appreciate that. I think that makes you more accessible, and it reduces tension, and there's no reason why people should be dreading coming to work every day. They should be looking forward to coming to work every day because they get to see their colleagues who they enjoy being around. So I don't know quite how that whole speech would go, but that would probably be my topic.
Thank you.
As you can imagine, there are a multitude of grants available for a variety of community improvements. Grants are offered in areas such as utilities, marinas, street improvements, arts, culture, and public safety. Do you bring experience in creating and managing state or federal grants?
Yes, at a higher level. I mean, I was not the economic development coordinator for the city of Adrian, but I was involved. I was his supervisor, and we had good success in our efforts there. I will say about grants, you have to be focused in what your mission is with grants, right? Because there is a cost to almost every grant, right? And if you're doing something because you got a grant, that's not the reason to do it. The reason to do it is because you have a need, and a grant is one way to accomplish that need. But yeah, I have had oversight of a number of grant programs, housing related particularly. We did a number of downtown rehab grants when those were available. They're not available anymore, but in Adrian, and we were successful in getting I forget the name of the program anymore, but it's the way they flow through HUD funds anymore. Again, it is for housing rehabilitation, but not downtown housing. It's for people of limited income, and we got $400,000 for that we implemented during my time there as well.
The success of the city manager has much to do with becoming a part of the community's fabric. We expect our leader to be very visible in the community. Please describe your current or previous experience in serving your community through outreach or volunteerism.
I won't say that I'm out in the community as a volunteer in organizations as such, but I am my wife and I are walkers, and we always have lived in town. We would only ever live in town, and we're out and about around town, participating in the farmers market, going out to dinner, going to the brew pub, going to the park, wherever it is, all the time. I've always been well known for being seen walking around town, which is my principal mode of exercise anymore, I guess. But so it would not be hard for anybody to find me. I'm not a joiner by nature. I have a job during the day that involves me being involved in all those things, and at night I tend to relax. But I'm visible. I'm out in public, and I'm out and about doing the things that people do in that town.
Thank you.
We recognize and appreciate the effort you have displayed to become our next city manager. Leaning on your professional experience, what two things come to mind when asked? What are the two biggest challenges facing Harbor Spring?
Well, I would, and I don't, I mean, it's somewhat presumptuous of me to say, but, you know, I get the sense that, not everyone's on the same page, and that's fine. But, that it can be a large challenge to, if people become, disagreeable, through that process. And, I think the challenge is making sure that you have a process that everyone participates in, and when the process completes itself and a decision is made, that everybody then acknowledges that that was a fair process, and that is something that they need to buy into because the process validated it. Second thing, I guess, is always money. I mean, you're in good shape, but you don't have an enormous fund balance, and so you have to be careful with your funds and make sure you're good stewards of the people's money. But that's true almost everywhere.
Hey. This is a hypothetical. When developing the next city budget, you note that revenues exceed expenditures by $200,000. In reviewing the annual budget, the city council asks you for a recommendation on how to allocate the $200,000. For this scenario, allocating the money to the fund balance is not an option.
Okay, well, that took my, per my prior comment, took my first idea off the table, but so I mean, my hope would be that you have a plan that guides that. You have a capital improvement plan, and there are priorities to that, and so that would be one place to look. If you have I don't know if you do a strategic plan where certain things are trying to be accomplished, that would be the next place to look. Um, my recommendation always with money is, as I alluded to with grant writing, is let's look at at our needs, and you allocate it to fulfill a need, not because it's there, right? I mean, the one thing that really will annoy me by from a department head is if they have to spend their money because it's budgeted and we're at year end, and they haven't spent it all. That is not a need. That is not a need. So, I mean, I guess my answer is just you look to your needs. Hopefully, some of those are predefined by some of your planning efforts.
Thank you.
Fast forward to March 2027. It is time for the city council to evaluate your first year as our city manager. Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in your first year in office.
Well, number one, to learned everything and met everyone. That's the first year is to get feet on the ground and to build your knowledge base and your connections. And if I'd accomplished that and I understand all the the various ordinances and policies, and I've got a good handle on the budget, then I think for year one that would be a good place to be.
Thank you.
Please take this opportunity to provide the city council with a final summary of why you believe your leadership skills, education, and commitment to excellence make you the right fit for Harbor Springs.
Well, like I said, I think in my cover letter, I've had a pretty broad background, not the usual one that you're probably going to find. I spent kind of equal time in my career between the private sector and the public sector, all kind of touching on local government, particularly, because much of my legal work and all my planning work involved dealing with municipal government, but gave me a completely different perspective. And I've been part of some sophisticated private companies as well, which gave me different perspectives on how an organization might be run. And so I just think that breadth of experience has left me with a lot of insights and, kind of, I would hope at this point in my career, some wisdom, that would allow me to be an asset to the city.
And the final question, do you have any questions for the city council?
If you know what your process is going to be going forward, that would be my only question.
Greg, this is Kyle. So just, we've left an opportunity at the end of the interviews today to discuss a little bit. And then I also put it as a placeholder on Monday. So if any decision will be made, it will be, there you go, you can see me, will be on Monday after our meeting, unless we come up with a decision today. Frank will probably reach out to you at that point just to let you know where we are. Or you can zoom in on Monday night's council meeting to see if there's any discussion.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right. You all set, Greg?
Yeah.
We all set?
Mhm,
All right,
thank
thanks
you.
for zooming in.
All right, yeah, thank you. Good to see y'all.
A good friend of mine is the Ryan Grimm is chief up in Marquette, right next to you. And I know he's had his fill of snow as well, so hopefully you don't get as much as you're expected to get.
Oh, your lips to God's ears, but I'm afraid it's not gonna turn out that way.
All right, well, take care and thanks
We'll see
again.
you.
So what we will do this second, I got the lunch here. Ooh, that, we have lunch here. We have lunch here and I'll hand it out and we'll resume probably around 1:45. We're ahead of schedule, so I don't know if Chris will be available, but we'll plan on resuming around 1:45. Or 1:45.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll try to fix that.
I think you're gonna work.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to get a hold of Chris and make sure he's there at 12:45.
Okay, that is no big deal. If things are going well, thanks, Frank.
Yep.
But if
Thank
he's
you.
here, that'd be great.
Thanks.
Thank.
Well.
Yes.
Take it down.
Yeah.
Have you got cops?
Whatever you.
Wanna take a nap?
You can make up for a pillow. Got me up to here.
Sorry.
Where's the beer?
I gotta come.
And the
Yeah,
chips.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, probably have.
Interesting though to see the different reactions, don't you think?
Well, I guess she makes me paper plates.
And it seems so easier.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's a little trick.
I got him right there in the window, Nick. Right there.
Oh my
right there.
God.
There you go. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Long time, buddy. Yeah, that's what it's probably gonna have instead. Yeah.
No pickle?
Don't take for after.
Well, if you wanted to. You should ask Kyle.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, but thanks. I got it. In your. And that.
Nick, would you like a pickle?
No, we've got Jeff. I don't know that they live. We're good.
Would you like a pickle?
No, thank you. Thank you. It would be much.
Oh, so you're ready? I may get some water, diet, and then. Okay, you're there.
Now you want.
No. Did you grab those napkins? Got there. Okay.
I have a like clear.
Okay.
Here, I guess.
What did you want? I just a Coke, would be great. Cool. Yep. Kathy,
The sunship.
that's all we got. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you.
What do you want to drink?
Sunship?
Sunship, I usually do, that's not amazing.
You want that?
No, I'm.
All right.
How about this? Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. And my wife makes pretty decent cookies, so help yourself. I brought them.
Ooh, that is
All right.
nice.
What? Yeah.
That's so nice.
So here they are. I'll just leave it here.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull it up, so you have. Okay. You did, and then. Don't anymore because. Oh, got it.
Yeah.
I lectured you about.
I should have worn your tux today.
Yeah.
Where were you? Oh, you just have a Montana connection.
Yeah, but like vaguely, like I've never been there. Oh, well, I mean, I've been to Montana, but I've never been to Montana.
This guy's coming from, Missoula. But he was in Missoula. Okay, cause I went to.
Took it on all three of those towns in Montana.
Oh, yeah. In wildlife biology?
Yeah, coming from.
No microbiology.
And you see the mountains and like that, yeah, we're almost there. 2 days later. Yeah, that's about it.
That's very funny.
Where's the place? That's been talked about, but I've been under.
Yeah.
Never all the, now it's.
Here it is.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard it in 3 years.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you can probably.
Yeah,
That's a
You
good.
can't stretch.
That guy?
Yeah.
Same
Already.
Dan.
Years.
Good guy. Probably smart.
And you notice he said.
Probably smarter than all of us.
I don't think it's. all-
They were
I
doing,
don't think the whole thing's been video. That's how they-
Obama, and White House, 5 or 6 ex-presidents. He said, right now, it's the most great, ever been strong since Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, and
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah.
She had gone.
And then you're gonna be listening. Okay, fine. I like the.
Yes.
Yeah. They want to.
Oh, it goes to that.
He's on the way back and he's
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
Taking care of dogs.
She said, I'm going to ski.
This one more crap.
Actually, the sun is out, we have some.
I should be eating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I use. I see that.
I'm really ready for a nap now. I'm ready for a nap.
Yeah. In the nap.
Anything.
You're still feeling all right?
Yeah.
Well, we did. Quarter of the COVID, so Nancy didn't want to go up there.
Do you mind if I?
Yeah.
Introduce myself?
This is Chris McCallsky.
How you doing, Chris? Jim, pleasure to meet you, sir. Hi,
Nice to
Jeannie.
meet How are you?
Good.
Nice to
Good.
meet you.
I hope to be better in an hour or so, but you know.
We'll get to work.
Hi, Judy, Chris. Any pleasure to meet you. Nick Whitaker, city clerk. Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I suppose this is where I'm supposed to
Yeah.
sit.
Front center. So you're our final interview today.
Okay.
So we got 5 hours. No.
They were better for me.
So we'd like to wrap it up in an hour, but we have the afternoon to go, so.
Okay,
Council will ask all the questions, starting with Wendy, and if you have any questions, reference the questions, feel free to ask.
okay.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I just want to kind of keep track of time, so I just,
And you got one up there too.
oh, fantastic. Well, that'll work great. Okay.
All right, thank you for being here all the way from Montana too. Appreciate you making it.
But happy to be here, grateful. And you know how to plow snow, just like I learned that they did in the Rocky Mountains too, so. Crews did a great job. I literally found only one street today that I didn't see plowed. My guess is a private street.
Councilwoman Reed, start.
Great. We so appreciate your time and energy getting to know our community and being with us today. Please take the next 2 to 3 minutes and tell us about yourself, both personally and professionally.
Yeah, so, on the personal front, I'm not from Montana. I'm from Michigan. I'm a Michigander. They don't really understand that quite so much. There are quite a few Michiganders, but not as many as many other states. But anyways, born and raised in Michigan in the Thumb. I was born in Caro, raised in North Branch, the town of 1200. So for 25 years, till I graduated from college, that was my hometown. That's what I considered home, was North Branch. So though I have worked in some larger cities that I'm sure you see from my resume, that's not where I'm from. I'm from a small place. I'm the oldest of five. I have three brothers and a stepsister who moved in with us in high school. And so God's got a good sense of humor. I have three daughters. So growing up predominantly with us four boys, it's a little different, been a little different raising girls, but anyways, born and raised there, or raised in North Branch. My dad worked on the factory line in Flint, at V8 engine. So you guys, Michiganders, can relate to that. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, so that was a blessing for us. We knew about accountability and we knew about work ethic. I remember my dad being laid off, of course, working at General Motors in the 70s and 80s, and he'd rake leaves, clean windows, do whatever he needed to do to get by until we got through that next set. And that just taught me a really strong work ethic. I've worked since before I was 16, paid my way through college, bought my first car, all those kind of things. Also, they taught me a lot about accountability. It didn't feel good at the time, but I pretty much got caught at everything I did that I wasn't supposed to do. And so accountability was a big thing. So my wife and I met in fourth grade. She also grew up primarily in North Branch, so she spent 7 years up in the UP. So her dad was a pastor, pastored 7 different churches around the Keweenaw Peninsula. And then for the next 18 years, she lived in the parsonage next door to the Methodist church in the center of town of 1,200 people. So she too knows very much what it's like to live in a small town. So we're excited about this opportunity, and just look forward to getting to know each other over this next hour. So I see I'm about out of time, so I better move on.
Since you were first notified that you were a finalist for this position, what have you done to get to know Harbor Springs and prepare for this interview?
Well, listened to and watched a lot of your meetings, though the video system isn't the best, so I can't really say I could watch it, but I've listened in on a lot of council meetings, DDA meetings, rec board, park board, just pretty much tried to absorb everything that I could. Read your budget, read your capital improvement plan, read your 2021 electric utility plan, that system study. And just really went back to and thought a lot about what it was like being in a small town, how much we liked the relationships that we got to have so much closer and tighter. I also went back a bit and thought and reminded myself, before ever going to Montana, that was never a dream. My dream, honestly, once I became a city manager, was to be on Lake Michigan and Harbor Springs or Petoskey. I knew Fred when I was starting in my career, who was here, knew George in Petoskey. My mentor, Maurice, lives down in Lewiston now, he's retired. But also just touch base with them and just kind of reminded me of what it's like working in Northern Michigan. And so, yeah, prepared that way.
Not every decision you make turns out as planned. Sometimes there's disappointment along the way. Please share a time when a project you were involved in did not yield the results you had hoped for. And what did you learn from the process?
So unfortunately, a couple of years, got some doozies over my career. I'll give you one of the more recent ones. About 2 years ago, we had a software conversion for our water utility. Bottom line is, the conversion into the new software did not go well. Had a few other software conversions go really well, and a couple that not, and one that's on hold now from the learning experience in this one. So bottom line was, bills went out 60 to 90 days late. They were accurate. We did bring in a third-party auditor to review because trust had pretty much dissipated. People thought they were being sent bills that weren't accurate because they were being sent bills that were 60 and 90 days of water use in the summer. And if you live in the high desert in the summer, guess what? You do a lot of watering. So we learned a number of things. not the least of which was, even though the project was months behind, we still should have stopped them and said, you cannot even try to implement this in June. You're going to wait another 90 days, 120 days until the fall, which was the original plan, was to roll out in winter. Two, though I work very diligently, and I hope we can talk more about this, developing an open, honest dialogue between staff. I hadn't spent a lot of time working deeper down into the organization. It's such a large organization that my relationships were primarily towards the top 20, 30 employees. And it reminded me how important it is to have an open door policy as well as respect of the chain of command. Both things have to go on in order for people to share ultimately things that may have been able to be caught and limited our risk in having this situation take place. So kind of learning was that emphasizing the open door as much as the chain of command. Also, that software conversions and software vendors don't necessarily have your best interest in heart. They have their best interest. And so in this case, it was such a large project that I did learn from the auditor as well, that we should have paid a third party to look out for our best interest, because it was just that complex of a change from the past. So.
Harbor Springs City Council and staff are looking for a leader who will serve our community with great leadership. Please share a time in the last 3 years that you went above and beyond to provide excellent leadership in your position.
Well, one of our issues, so with the limit of 3 years, it's, you know, we're talking about Billings and that the community there. Like many mid and larger cities in the country, really got hit hard in COVID relative to crime. We had 2 back-to-back public safety levies. We have a very interesting restrictive charter, one of only 2 towns in Montana that have a mill levy restriction. Sunburst 300, Billings 120,000. So we share this limitation. So though it was first very skeptical, 2 years in a row, we went to the voters first asking them if they would support shoring up funding for police and fire services so we could retain the people and the crews that we had. And then year 2, we implemented an independent third-party analysis of the department as to how we could do be as efficient as we could. What did that require? That required, you know, probably at least 75, 100 presentations. My attitude has always been, when asking the public, particularly if we're asking them to raise their taxes, we'll meet with anybody, anywhere, at any time. I don't care if there's 2 people in the room or 200 people in the room. We're there to answer their questions, make sure they understand the facts. In Montana, it's against the law to advocate for an issue that's on the ballot, but you can educate. So we emphasize always education, 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 with the idea that we want every citizen, even if they vote no and don't support it, to understand what it is that they're voting on. So that's one that comes to my mind.
Thank you.
The City of Harbor Springs City Council and leadership have spent a great deal of time creating our capital improvement plan. Have you had an opportunity to review the plan? And if so, do you have any thoughts on the plan and how you could help us execute it?
Absolutely. To me, it is just as important as your budget. Yes, I have read the plan. Yes, I am curious, you know, exactly what our alignment is between particularly the 21 electric system study that I read. You know, there's a few years between that. One of the things I really enjoy doing is having the public and you understand the context of our capital assets, asset management. And if you'll give me a little grace here, I might be off by some tens of millions of dollars, but I think Harbor Springs citizens probably own upwards of $250 million worth of assets. You own 18 miles of streets, you got 18 miles of water mains underneath those streets, the harbor, the electric utility, 75 miles of electric lines. All of those assets have a value, and in my opinion, it is a responsibility of ours to make sure that we're properly taking care of those assets. It's nothing to brag about having a big savings account and infrastructure that is just on the brink of falling apart. So if a water line is gonna last 80, 90 years, I wanna replace that water line just before it starts having breakage problems. Or unfortunately, as well as if it were manufactured properly and installed properly, it should last that long. They all don't last that long. So having data to know we're having problems with that line, it breaks too often, it's time to replace it. I want us to be in a position where we're doing that before we're causing property damage through floods or sewer backup. I know it's a regional system on the wastewater side, but all of those things, the electric utility, to me, they are one of our essential responsibilities to take care of those assets. Often what's also missed, at least what I've seen in my career, is building. People don't think of maybe the building as important as that water line. They don't have a water main break, but if the roof starts leaking, if the heating system doesn't work, again, what does construction cost today in 2025? 26, excuse me. For most of my career, we got to talk about really low interest rates. There wasn't inflation. Well, that's disappeared. How many times now do I say, gosh, I sure wish we would have gotten that project done 4 years ago, because it would be a lot less than dealing with it today, particularly if you're having to deal with it on an emergency. Now you're paying top dollar to bring somebody in to take care of things. So to me, the capital improvement plan and us, the time you spend on it is one of the most important documents to adopt, and then for us to ultimately implement as your staff.
Chris, I didn't mean to lie.
Yeah, no.
You're beating my drum.
Yeah.
So they've heard this over the last 2 months, so.
Yeah.
All right.
Financial stewardship is critical to our operations. Have you had an opportunity to review our annual budget? If so, did anything stand out for you after your review?
So yes, I have had a chance to read the budget. One of the things that did jump out at me was the fact that the 400, is that right? Let's see here. There it is, 245. I had that number in my mind. So $245,000 has been transferred from the electric utility into the general fund. I'm assuming that's to cover overhead, and that's a reality of what we face on the less popular side of the equation. No one gets excited about administration or human resources, finance, legal. And I see that didn't happen this year. And so I'm hoping that's not a long-term thing. Maybe that was a 1-year deal because there's some huge capital investments going on. Or if it is long-term, what is our strategy for making up for it? That was something that jumped out. Something very specific in this room was, again, watching meetings over the past couple of months. You can't see anything that's going on. But you can hear pretty good. So I was glad to see that there's money in the budget this year to make upgrades to the system, because I do think transparency, public access, everything we do is based on trust. And so the more transparent we are, the more accessible we are in what we do and the decisions we make and how we invest their tax dollars, their fee dollars, the higher level that confidence is. And then frankly, it allows us to do our job so much better, because when there's not trust, everything slows down.
Providing excellent customer service is critical in local government. We take great pride in responding to our customers. Please share a time when you were able to solve a challenging citizen customer concern using extraordinary personal skills.
I don't want to give you the impression at all that we were able to satisfy every customer with our utility problem. But literally, there were thousands of times our staff spent reviewing, and a handful of times I got to review someone's utility bill. So what I would offer, is if they wanted to talk to me, they could talk to me. It didn't matter what their situation was. If they wanted to talk to me, I would be accessible. Now, to solve this problem, we're really going to need to go down to the utility department, sit down with the customer service people, put up on the screen your utility usage. When everything was working right, and overwhelming majority of time it was, we could see water usage by the hour. That information, that transparency usually solved their skepticism, right? You could literally see your sprinkler comes on at 2:15 a.m. and it goes off at 4:15. But for whatever reason, this particular time, you were running it twice, once around 11, 12 at night, and once again around 6 in the morning. That is why you were using more water this year, kind of thing. So that was critical to be accessible, share that information with them, answer their questions, have them be heard, so that they really could come to their own conclusion that there wasn't anything nefarious going on. The software didn't hallucinate and increase their water bill. It really was working just fine. So maybe that's top of mind just because we've been dealing with it so much, but that's one example.
Providing excellent customer service is critical.
Oops, nope,
Next one, yeah.
great.
Building an atmosphere of teamwork across the city is crucial. As city manager, what steps would you take to foster teamwork? Can you provide an example of your team building effort?
Yeah, so I don't know if any of you guys are fans or know anything about Patrick Lencioni, 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, Death by Meeting, The Advantage. These are all, he's written several books that if you skim them or look at them, I've found them extremely helpful. So I've been using a coach and a team development guy out of Great Falls. He actually grew up in Ohio. He's from Bowling Green, Mark Wilmarth. And so bottom line is you want to build an atmosphere where there's trust, where you can have open dialogue between any team people, whether it's us trying to determine what's the vision, mission, and core values, particularly vision and mission for this organization, our community, working with the staff on what our core values are with you. First, you got to have that baseline of trust. Second, that sets you up to talk openly with what you disagree on. We don't want 5 elected officials or 30 staff who all think the same. They need to be comfortable sharing their differences of opinion. Conflict managed and dealt with in a healthy way is very helpful to making better decisions. It also means there's a higher level of commitment when decisions are made because they feel like they've been heard. That increases accountability and that increases our performance. So bottom line is, how do I use that? Weekly, we have tactical meetings as staff, where now I have council meetings every Monday night. So every Tuesday, we're going over last night's meeting. We're preparing for the next 2, 3, 4 meetings. We're talking openly about the issues and are we prepared? Are we ready? Monthly, I have a strategic meeting where we spend 3 or 4 hours an afternoon, essentially an afternoon, focusing on the bigger picture, longer term issues. And then once a year, we try to get off site and do a retreat where we're away from the office, we're away from town. Now we go to the neighboring town. In this case, we head down to Red Lodge typically, and just really focus on what are going to be our strategic goals to implement, or our strategies to implement the goals you've adopted over that next year. So that cadence works well as well with those relationships when things come up, because you can't always predict things that happen. We're not afraid to get together and solve that problem together. So team development, building a cohesive team. I know I'm almost never the smartest person in the room, but I've got people all around me who are subject matter experts, and I want them being comfortable sharing their expertise as well as frankly leaning into their strengths to overcome each other and my weaknesses. Because we all have strengths and weaknesses, and that to me is how teams perform well. They focus on the organization's priorities instead of their own priorities, because they know at some point they're going to need somebody like Chief Knight or somebody else to make up and help them. So that to me is one of my favorite things to do, working in this space, working with people.
Okay, our next city manager must be a consensus builder who has proven skills in uniting groups with various expectations. Please share an example of how you've used your skills to bring groups together to reach a common goal.
So I just kind of laid out kind of how we do this, mostly staff side. I would say on the council, I've always had a diverse set of elected position perspectives. And in fact, right now I have 11 people on the city council. So and I have 6 brand new ones. So this January, we swore in a new mayor and 5 new council members. So since mid-November through last Monday, 10 days ago, almost 14 days ago, we've done orientation every Monday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. where we've been just going over and orienting the city council, not on future decisions at all. This has all just been baseline information, understanding the city. That I think has helped us. They've gotten off to such a better start these first few months of the year, where frankly, 2 years ago, I only had 2 new elected officials, but they came in swinging night one. And the conflict and kind of the stress that caused was undeniable. So that's one area where I feel like that really building those relationships, having them get to know each other, and especially not in the pressure cooker of the decision-making night, so to speak, I think helped a lot, help them build a foundation to build off of for the next several years working together.
Thank you.
If you were asked to provide a keynote speech at an upcoming Michigan Municipal Executives Conference, what would the topic be? And why is this topic important to you?
Interesting. Once I get to know the community, the organization, I love it. Right? Because I really am comfortable. I've done about 10 years of radio. I enjoy public speaking, love speaking to Rotary and service clubs and neighborhood groups. So I enjoy that. To answer your question, picking a topic right now, I would pick, which might put me on the wrong path here, but we're gonna go for it. I would talk about Montana's rare local option sales tax for tourist communities and resort communities. So about 30 years ago, West Yellowstone convinced the legislature that if they had some form of a local sales tax, they could take care of their streets, their infrastructure, their community, having visitors help pay the bill versus residents. So I just was at our city manager meeting about 2 weeks ago with the mayors and managers. And I asked Dan, who's their city manager, their last city manager is also Dan, who's over in Charlevoix, or not Charlevoix, I'm sorry, Sheboygan, city manager. So how much do you collect in property taxes? How much do you collect in net local options? They collect $275,000 a year in property taxes, $7 million a year in local option sales tax. So again, my point isn't that's what we should do in Michigan, but I do think it's a way that for Montana, only towns under 5,500 in population have this option. It sunsets, voter approved, very specific as to what you spend the money on, and requires a property tax relief component to it. As I see expenses going up in towns in Michigan, just like everywhere else in the country, that may be something that they would be interested in. Just what did I learn in Montana that maybe I could bring here? But by no means do I want to say, I know everything. We had better ideas out there. They had better ideas. We should have them here. But that's what comes to my mind.
Thank you.
There are a multitude of grants available for a variety of community improvements. Grants are offered in areas such as utilities, marinas, street improvements, arts, culture, and public safety. Do you bring experience in creating and managing state or federal grants?
Yeah, so some of our biggest federal grants are in the public safety area, crimes against women, family violence, things of that nature, because of the size, again, of the city that I'm working in. On a smaller scale, we got grants that we get. We're getting a grant this year indications are to replace our swimming pool. One of the 2 pools in town was built back in the 20s. We're still using it. So, get some capital grants. Annually, quite a bit of money into our criminal justice system. The other area I would say, and I totally missed this in all my research until yesterday, that the municipal airport is it Harbor Springs Airport? Is that correct? The GA, the general, it's a regional?
It's a authority.
Okay, thank you. I've had 2 general aviation airports and 1 now commercial airport. So almost all of a lot of funding comes through the FAA for those. So, yes, got experience working with both the state and the federal government. Some of the most challenging components there is the compliance and really frankly paying attention to just how big is the grant and is it worth all of the effort that it takes to retain it. And it's not that we don't all like free money, but there's no such thing as free money. And that money typically has a lot of strings attached to it. So you want to make sure you have the staff, especially on the accounting side, to track and report on things. Because if you get into violation, then that's going to cause you audit problems and other issues. So, yes.
The success of the city manager has much to do with becoming a part of the community fabric. We expect our leader to be very visible in the community. Please describe your current or previous experience in serving your community through outreach or volunteerism.
Sure. So, I've lived in every city that I've served. Just today got the chance and last night a bit to walk and talk to some of the folks. I had no idea the theater downtown. Derek is just like one, we have a local theater in our downtown. That really is an art house. Building those relationships, getting to know people, hopefully what I become is they know me on a first name basis downtown and throughout the community. I look forward to that, being back in a smaller environment. My wife and I are both, active in our church. And I didn't get to share this in the beginning as I was too long-winded. My wife is a kindergarten teacher. After raising our kids, she got to go back into education. And so that is a big connection for us, even though we're empty nesters, about 6 months is all. So that transition's been pretty interesting. We're still active in school because she teaches there. And that's an area. Also, I've been a Rotarian since about 1999. I think I first joined there in Kalispell. That's another area of service. So I would fully expect, going back to my roots in North Branch, that working in a town of this size, we all know each other and we know each other quite well.
We recognize and appreciate the effort you have displayed to become our next city manager. Leaning on your professional experience, what 2 things come to mind when asked, what are the 2 biggest challenges facing Harbor Springs?
It's so risky, whether they're the top 2 or they're in the top 5, but I would say the size and the scale of capital investments is huge. I mean, per capita, the liability and the assets are probably greater than a city, 10 times this size. Because that $200 million worth of assets is being taken care of and owned by just a few thousand people. So I think implementing, making decisions, ultimately what's in that plan, and making sure that we build those projects on time, on budget, on schedule is one of the most important components. And I know with the electric utility, right, what a blessing it is when we can show, while others with the ice storm, in fact, Dan told me, he actually lives, I think, in Indian River. He was out of power for weeks. We don't want our customers out of power. We hope they can count it in hours or days, no matter how, or a fraction of what anybody else is. So to me, that's one of the critically important issues of all of our infrastructure, our assets. The other area I would say is really zeroing in on what I think is easily defined, or easy to describe, but harder maybe to do, and that is, what are our shared values ultimately? So that the community can rally around those shared values. There's little doubt in my mind that there are shared values, that no matter what your political perspective is or your kind of interests, whether it's on land use or development or focusing on public safety. I mean, we've not talked about public safety much at all, but that is one of the core responsibilities is the police department, fire department. Someone dials 911. As a professional response to that call and helps them typically in their greatest time of need. And so those would be the two areas I'd pick is capital, and then zeroing in on our shared values that really become an anchor. In fact, I've heard the chief talk about the 3 C's. Part of our conversation, if I'm blessed enough to have this position, is I'm a firm believer that the core values exist across the organization. I respect and appreciate that they raised their right hand, swore to an oath, and I respect, commitment, compassion, and I think it's community policing. Those are great things. I want to know what our values are, what our core is across this community that anchor this organization, so that when we deal with stress, difficult challenges, those values are the things that we don't disagree on, and we make our decisions through that lens. And I think if we can make progress there, not making progress, ultimately determine that and anchor into that long term. I found 13 years leading Bozeman that it made a huge difference in how our operation ran.
Okay, I get to ask you the hypothetical question.
Okay.
When developing the next city budget, you notice that revenues exceed expenditures by $200,000. In reviewing the budget, the city council asks you for a recommendation on how to allocate that 200,000. For this scenario, you cannot allocate the 200,000 to fund balance.
The finance director is disappointed by the account.
Yes, you must have made up that question.
Okay, so there's $200,000 more in revenue than expenditures. How would I recommend we spend it? Well, I'm gonna look at our goals. I'm gonna look at our capital improvement plan. And I'm not just gonna look at them. We, as a staff team, are gonna look at those. And we're gonna hash over what the recommendations are gonna be. So if you want me to, actually give you specific examples, but that would be the process that I would use so that we could maximize that resource to leverage long-term needs. To me, it's far more important when you step off the council or I step away, as I had, when I left Bozeman, I feel more pride in thinking back to the things that we've done that I have no idea whether the general citizen has any idea what we did. But I know when I go back there that it set the community up for success long-term. So to me, I'm more interested in the generational impact that we have than what might be the headline in the Petoskey paper or in our local paper here immediately.
Fast forward to March 2027, it is time for the city council to evaluate your first year as our city manager. Please share with us what you hope to have accomplished in the first year of office.
For one, foundation will be that you're really glad with the decision that you made this week, or whenever you make it, that you look back and you're grateful for that decision. That more than the foundation of trust is built, that you are going to hear from me and from our staff. We're never going to, you're going to trust the information you get from us. Because though some leadership styles don't like this, I I prefer it even when it's uncomfortable, which is I never want a leader in this organization or a staff member to tell you something because they think that is what I want them to say. I want them to tell you and me as a professional what their professional opinion is. So I want to build the foundation of trusting relationships. That is the most important thing. Then from there, you know, that it's not that we are in fact implementing the budget, spending funds as intended, providing services. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do anything here to improve how you plow streets. You've proven that they know how to plow streets here. And so anyways, that would be, that's what comes to my mind after that year, and really laying the foundation for many years of work together. Yes, I was thinking, and I think I lost track of it. I would want any council member when they step off to be really proud of the work that they got done, the work that we got done during their tenure. So.
Thank you. Please take this opportunity to provide this council with a final summary of why you believe your leadership skills, education, and commitment to excellence make you the right fit for Harbor Springs.
Going back and reading the material that you provided relative to what you're looking for, I'm confident that I genuinely fit that. And what I would encourage you to do, I know Frank has done some of, is pick up the phone and call Bob Snow, the first village president I ever worked for back in Jonesville. Call, you know, Mayor Kennedy in Kalispell. Call, every other year we got a new mayor in Bozeman, so I worked for, I think, 6 different mayors. Mayor Cole in Billings, I guess I said Cole twice now, but any of my past staff or elected officials, and there will not be a perfect review, but there will be, I'm confident, they will say, I have humility, that it's real to develop the team, that I believe in how important it is to build a cohesive team to make decisions, that working with the community to set and ultimately determine the vision that you have. That'll be a question I ask you if I get to ask questions. Ultimately, what is your vision for Harbor Springs? Those are important and set us up for success going forward. I would also say my experience, I think sets me up well. Though it was never a dream starting out to end up in Montana after honeymooning there in Glacier Park. I thought it was a pretty cool place. And getting to serve outside of Glacier, getting to serve near Yellowstone, getting to serve near the Beartooth, I understand and have worked for decades with communities where citizens deeply care about the place that they live. And to me, as the cities have gotten bigger, that hasn't necessarily, there's more of a disconnect. I look forward, frankly, to having that stronger connection, particularly on the employee front. Being able to work with, you know, a size of an employment group where we get to know each other. That's one of the things Dan reminded me of from last year, a couple of weeks ago, West Yellowstone, is Chris, you get to work with everybody in the organization. You get to know them. Now, you may not work daily with them, you'll get to know them. I look forward to that. And so, yeah, those are things, I guess, the closing, I would say, if I'm selected, it is my goal. It would be an honor to serve Harbor Springs as your city manager. And I will work every day to earn your trust and your confidence, and our team work with that. We will make mistakes. We're human beings, but I have found when you're open and honest about those and you own them, you can learn from them and grow from them. Worst thing you can do is try to hide them. So that's my commitment to you. Nicole and I, that's my wife. She's disappointed. I think this may be the only time she's not been able to be at an interview with me. She, as I said, she teaches kindergarten. She had parent teacher conferences all week. So between empty nesting and being gone, getting our daughter to college, there just wasn't a way she was gonna be able to miss school this week, and she said that she's not here, but we're excited about this opportunity, and I believe my background really fits what you said you're looking for. And if you make that determination, I hope that I'm the one who gets to sit in the seat and we get to figure these things out together going forward, so.
I think the hardest part is over for you. Do you have any questions for us?
I do, so let's just, if we can, kind of start with, what I mentioned earlier, which is, what is your vision for Harbor Springs? And I'm not just thinking tomorrow morning or, what, when you think of stepping up, well, I guess two things. What is the vision? Ultimately, where do we wanna retain? Where do we wanna go? And maybe if you could add, as you think of whether you're gonna run again or stay on the council, what it is that will make you feel like you were successful.
So what I hear from the most citizens is they like Harbor Springs just the way it is. They don't want it to change. We get pressure from more recently from the state to be developed. And we fought that off. And I'd like to say that 100 years from now, the future citizens of Harbor Springs say, thank God they did that. And what everyone cites is our small town charm.
Sure.
So I'm not against growth, but I'd like it to be natural growth, not something that is growth for the sake of growth.
Interesting comment. I don't know how to respond because I don't entirely agree, but I don't entirely disagree. This is a very charming and a lovely town. I tend to look at more objective things. I want to see that we're running efficiently and effectively for everyone that lives here. And I don't think charm is necessarily what used to be. I think the world is changing and we have to make peace with changing with it somehow. And it is a big challenge in our community. And that to me that's the issue, is how to get through that. Because people use the word charm a lot, but I'm sort of tired of hearing of it. So, I mean,
It beats the heck out of a crying problem.
yes, that's exactly right.
But
I agree with Wendy and I agree with Kathy. I grew up here, so you see a lot of change. It's going to happen naturally, and yes, the world is changing. But there's something about the safety of a harbor and coming home and the nostalgic value of Harbor Springs. And I think that is something, whether you want to call it charm or security, whatever you want to call it, I think that's what's important in this community, and that's what we want to keep.
I will address the second half of your question when thinking about if I want to run again, or how to tell if you feel accomplished at the end of your term. I think that the challenge here sometimes is that terms are 2 years, and there is a learning curve when you first get on council. You cannot, you don't necessarily know how things operate. And I think that as long as you're learning more every year and you're making progress and you're able to add more to the conversations, I think that you will feel accomplished and it will push you to decide to run again.
am I remembering that there's also term limits?
Yeah.
Yes.
And there are in Billings too. It's the first city I've served with term limits, although they're 4-year terms too. But anyways. Yeah, no, thank you. I'm a little nervous that you may read into, because it has been a part of my reality in Montana, is I've worked in communities that have literally grown a lot. But I would say ironically, Bozeman was the least interested in growing. Unequivocally, everything we did had nothing to do with, the vision was to build the most livable place. Period. Well, guess what? It worked. Everybody wanted to live in a livable place. And though some will say, oh, it's not the Bozeman that I saw because it grew so much. I have some family in Traverse City and how much it has changed. I'm proud of the fact, though, that it's downtown in its core. Many things do make it, most importantly, or one of the most important things, economically vibrant. Because I feel like at my core, being born and raised north of Detroit and east of Flint, people in Montana probably get tired of me and they really don't understand it unless they throw Butte into that mix, which is just because you're the king of the hill today, doesn't mean you will be forever. So making decisions that help to ensure your economic vibrancy, no matter how, and that does not by so that you can have a wonderful, safe community, a place where people want to raise their kids, go to school. Those fundamentals are essential to having the community that you want to come see that bay over the hill and are so excited about. So I've been able to, and I think it's just kind of my personality, adjust pretty well to differing priorities based on the communities that I've gotten to work in. And so I don't want you to think that my goal here is to grow the size of Harbor Springs as much as is to do everything that we do based on what your vision and your values, our values are, and ultimately what are our strategic goals and priorities. That's my responsibility, our responsibility to implement those to the best of our ability and make recommendations to you guys all along the way as you set the policy. We really didn't talk about our roles much, but so. Second question I would ask is the reverse side of something you asked me, which is, what do you want to see after we work together for a few years? What are the things that are most important to you? Whether it's at my first evaluation or whether it's a few years down the road, what is most important that I should be focused on?
I think for a short-term goal is really getting out into the community, getting to know the community and, showing up at the coffee shop and meeting the locals, and then building relationships with the people, not only in town, but maybe the surrounding townships as well. We do partner with them in some ways, and I feel like that is a relationship that could be strengthened and could really take us further. And then a longer term, I think just having more of a succession plan when it comes to the employees in City Hall and what's going to happen if a bunch of people retire at one time. How are you going to handle that? How are you going to replace people and make sure that the city remains as strong as it is today?
I think just to add on to that last part about succession planning is long-term planning for issues as we're talking about this large utility project that we're doing. And is our rate schedule sufficient to maintain it? And what are we going to have to do to get there? And I'm not going to beat up on anybody from the past, but it's like, okay, how could this have been done differently? And how could it have been done differently just to look to the future?
Thanks. And unfortunately, I didn't take advantage of any opportunities to talk about rates and things like that. Those are things that certainly go along with the you can't make the capital investments if you don't have the financial resources to make them. And I think it's critical that we do apply for grants, that we do take advantage of those opportunities. And yet at the end of the day, we're responsible for our things. And so looking at financial structures long-term, that to me is some of the things I've enjoyed and had much to my benefit. Fantastic fantastic accountant that I've gotten to work with. Accountants over the past 20 years. That's been a critical partner to understanding exactly where we are financially.
One problem that's gonna be very critical is we're seriously behind in a number of infrastructure projects. And they have some very large figures attached to them. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're going to fund those and how we're gonna get them accomplished. And they're all coming down in the next 3-4 years.
Okay. Making the CIP super critical, the fee structures.
2 days ago, the CIP just got a cannonball blown right through.
Okay, okay.
Council yet doesn't know about it.
Okay. Okay,
It's because of the committee I sit on.
I think whatever those challenges are, that's the space we work in, right? What do we do to do the best job we can do to provide services? That's our core responsibility. Right, if a snowstorm, do everything. Someone dials 911, we help them. We also need to make sure we have the capacity to deal, or we deal with the crises. You can't anticipate everything. So those two things you're gonna have to live with. What I found the biggest challenge is having enough capacity to have the third bucket where you're anticipating, planning, strategizing, some effort there, which then minimizes how many times you're responding to crises and helps you deliver services. And ultimately, the world we work in is things happen, and we have to roll up our sleeves, figure it out. And like I said, I guarantee that I will never sit in a room and close my office door and figure it out by myself. We will work as a team, and we will own and be transparent about what it is and figure it out, even though I've certainly had times when I was newer, do we have to say that? And they say, we do. Help me find a better way to say that, but we're absolutely going to put it all out on the table, whatever it is. So. I guess the last question I have, I know, I would love to have a conversation for longer, but I want to respect your time. It's almost an hour. It's just kind of, where do you anticipate the process going from here?
So we will discuss it after you leave today, your last interview.
Okay.
And then I've also put it on the agenda for Monday night. So if we don't make a decision today, I would hope that we would have one Monday night after our council meeting. And then either probably Frank will reach out to you and let you know where we go from there.
Well, sincerely, thank you for this opportunity. Like I said, Nicole we're gonna get back to Michigan sometime in the next few years. We hope it's sooner rather than later. With the exception of our daughter, who teaches first grade down in Phoenix. Real quick story, she always wanted to be up north because some family lives on Old Mission Point. So she primarily grew up in Bozeman, 300 days of sunshine, even though lots of snow. She goes to college down in Phoenix at GCU. She student teaches in Traverse City a couple winters ago. Within about 6 weeks, she said, "Dad, there is no way I can live up here. I haven't seen the sun since I don't know when." I said, "That's just how it is. Just, what's a big deal? You can stick it through." So she headed back to the desert. She teaches down there. Everybody else, our daughter's in law school at University of Detroit. Our son-in-law is finishing up his engineering degree at Oakland. We're blessed all of our parents are alive and still healthy and fine. All of our families in Michigan. So we're not really from Montana, though we've been blessed to be there for many years, and we're looking forward very much to getting back to Michigan. So thank you. Good luck in your deliberations, and I hope to get a call from you and figure out what the next steps are. But whatever you guys decide, all the best. It's a wonderful, wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Good. We'll take a break till about 1:50,
Thanks.
6 minutes, real quick, and then we'll be back.
Hopefully I won't sleep at O'Hare again.
No, I've been there, done that.
Had to do that the other night, but.
You're not headed back west, today, are you?
No, tomorrow. So thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Did you say you knew Fred?
Yeah, I talked to Fred a couple weeks ago.
No way.
Yeah. Well, because I was just starting in my career when he was up here. And like I said, he and George was in Oski for a couple of decades. That was my plan, was to spend a couple decades in a community, and I wanted to be along Great Lake Michigan in particular. So
Yeah. So you know Fred, good.
I didn't touch base with Tom, but I talked to Fred for, oh gosh, at least an hour. And then I got to talk to Victor for a while, kind of get their perspective. So, yeah, it's a small world. We live in a space where everybody wants to help each other. So that's really good. Thank you.
Oh,
sorry. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, no, I get it. There.
But I'm like, it is.
Already.
Yeah.
Okay. Good chat. Yeah.
So very good for you.
Yikes.
We're Dan. No, I'm gonna go ahead and take a nap. I will have to be at work till 10:30 and I will never stop. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought.
Not crazy. I think it'll be good because it's so nice out.
So.
And no one's gonna go out for the next 2 summers.
Did you guys get biscuit last night at all? I was shocked at how quiet.
It's this time of time.
You know, just. I've heard people that come up, I mean, obviously, but if that was part of it.
Yeah, I mean, this big storm that's maybe coming the next 2 days, I think. I mean, there's already, like, Pond Hill's already closed tomorrow.
Oh, you're kidding.
So I just think that, like, there's just so much anticipation that this is going to be the end. And
Everybody's gun shy after the last.
yeah,
Maybe I need to do some takeouts. Extra in the fridge just. in case.
yeah, it will be interesting. I unfortunately live too close to work that I don't have an excuse that I can't make it.
Exactly, that my boss calls, she's in Ohio, so anytime she sees her brother, she'll call, she's like, do you have to close today? Well, I'm not gonna say, oh, but I can't say I can't get there. Right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
If I tried to pull that, Matt would be like, I'll be right there.
Yeah.
I'll pick you up.
Yeah.
I get it.
This is, all my news black, Delta already canceled flights ahead of the storm.
I mean, that's what, like, I saw on social media that, like, Traverse City is already planning that all of their cities places aren't gonna open till 11 on Monday. And it's like, why don't we just wait and see what happens?
Exactly.
Yeah. I know, cause weather never exactly cooperates.
But we say don't freak out and then
Hmm?
it all comes. and we're
Right,
like,
exactly.
what am I gonna eat now?
think what the finders actually.
Danced around, you said we need to. They would share values. But he not once. A couple times he had a retain, but not once in the answer to the problems. It's the lack of planning in this community and devices. And I want to answer.
We don't have one more.
I know, it's
Next,
enough,
you want to interview Kyle?
it's enough to absorb, isn't it, in one day?
Okay, Kyle, we're interviewing you next.
That's what I had.
already heard all the questions.
Yeah, I still wouldn't be able to answer them right. Sure.
The first guy, he had a lot of background at the state police level, right? Have you dealt with any of the agencies that he worked for or,
Yes,
okay, and so were you aware of him in that role?
I've known of him for a while, just of him. We haven't worked hand in hand. The post up here is out of Gaylord, like they
Yeah.
control.
Yeah.
I've known of him, but as far as him
You've been
and
in Sheboygan and Alpena,
Yes.
right?
we work for the state police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They work with same.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I've known him.
And as far as you know, what he said
Inland
about
upper
his.
Michigan, 46,
Correct, yeah.
and lower Michigan.
Hey Frank, if you can hear me, I'm gonna ask you to unmute. There you go.
Pretty bad, yeah.
So it's 1:50. We'll resume action. Frank, are you there?
I am.
Let me turn the volume back up just a tad. We're still being recorded, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I don't know, Frank, you wanna run this or you want me to run this, or if you wanna have a discussion, if you wanna think about it till Monday. I'm open. I think it wouldn't hurt to discuss some of it today.
Knock the cursor off his head.
Oh, what? What was that?
So, we've had our 4 candidates. They all brought a variety of experience and it's your guys' decision. If you wanna narrow it down to 2, re-interview, if you're solid with 1. It's your guys' decision. I'm just sort of, I guess, a moderator. Frank and I are the moderators.
Makes sense for us all to lift 1 to 4, what our priorities, what our personal thoughts are.
As far as candidates,
Yes.
I'm good with that.
I'm really not ready for that.
Okay.
I mean, I know maybe I'm slow, but I like to think through everybody, because these were good candidates, and I think they deserve some consideration. So
That's why I put it on the agenda for Monday, so that if we wanted to think about it, we could come back on Monday and it would be open to the public. That they would know that that was the agenda, like it wouldn't be, it's not on the agenda and we make a decision.
Got it.
Speak up,
But
I can wait for Kathy and Jamie, but I could do it now. We'll wait for Kathy and Jamie.
I mean, I could definitely rank them, but I don't know that I am ready to make a decision as far as pursuing next steps.
although, would everybody be in favor of maybe taking the top 2 out of these 4? At least we could proceed with that.
no,
No, okay. All right,
I mean, they're excellent. I think there's good candidates and they all have some good qualities. But for me, it's a matter of balancing those.
Are there any conversations you feel like you would like to have today, or would you just like a couple of days to sit on it?
I guess I really feel like I have a lot to absorb. And I have, maybe questions and observations of which candidates had different qualities that I look at, but I also want to just filter that. I like to filter it through my brain a little bit before I say it out loud.
It's a big decision, and I think that was a lot of information to take in, but I think that if there are any questions we have for Frank, this is the time to ask him.
the one question, the one question like we ask is on our interviews is where are you gonna be in 5 years? Like a term commitment. And that would be a question maybe we could ask in a follow-up interview. You know, I just want to make sure that we're not a stepping stone for somebody to move on to another city. And I don't care which candidate it is.
Yeah.
Um,
Good idea.
They all fit that, they're all older. I'd like to see somebody who's gonna retire here, be here for 10 years. I think the age of the candidates is excellent.
I think you're right that that's an important question is,
And the other question, and I know it's like in their, like their close, always call it a closing argument. Like my last question is, as a police, give me your closing argument. Why are you here? And why you want to come here? Is it just to come, like, no offense, I thought that last gentleman did excellent. But why Harbor Springs? I mean, he's applied at other agencies in Michigan. He's made it very clear that he wants to come to Michigan. But is this where he wants to come, or does he want to come to Michigan? Like when I left St. John's, the true story, I was going down Main Street in 2016. I told my wife and my daughter, the only place I'd ever leave St. John's to go would be Harbor Springs. That's why I said, wouldn't be Charlevoix, it would be Harbor Springs. And I got lucky enough, knock on wood, that I got here. But I came here because I wanted not to move up north. It was like, this was the only place. I want to make sure if it's Chris or if it's Scott or whoever, that they want to come to Harbor Springs because of, this is Harbor Springs.
right?
Just, that's my,
And both things that you just said, I fully agree with, and I think we should ask. And then I have to be the naive, inappropriate one to say, I could narrow it down to two very easily. I think we had great candidates. But if I'm putting you on the spot, if this was something truly you wanted to throw your hat in, this is, I personally would rather see you stay.
thank you. I appreciate that. I think I'm struggling, like just all five of you. I'm struggling. Denise would kill me. She can't watch. So I'm struggling because of the fact I want to make a difference, and I want to listen to everybody, and I want to try to resolve the problems. The problem that I'm having right now, I love doing this. Like just today was a great day for me. Like every knock on wood, Zoom went good, everything went good. I know we don't have the best, but I'm spending so much time responding to emails and taking care of stuff that's not as critical. AI can generate a 6-page document in 30 seconds. I have to take a half an hour to read that document and a half an hour to respond. That's an hour out of my day that I could be looking for a new AV system. And I'm struggling with that because I get 5 of those a day. And I just don't necessarily think I can't process it that quick. Like I feel like I'm the person right now where I'm out in the bay and I'm grasping for air. And I feel like one of these candidates can do a better job, because I'm struggling, to be honest. I love it, I would do it, but I also know my limitations. And I'll be honest with Chris. Chris did an excellent job. And I felt that Kyle's opinion, that I thought he might be that person that could carry the torch further. I'll do it if you want me to, but I can't do it for that long.
Denise is gonna kill you.
Well, I'm just being flat out. I'm humbled. I love this, and I feel like I told you my goal, December 17th or whenever, was to try to bring our community back together. I feel like we've come back together. I'm a little bit throwing it out there. Monday scares me. We got some things on the agenda on Monday that scare me. I think we'll get through them and we'll move forward. But that's who I am. So
I guess my questions would be for Frank in that, in the process, let's say we choose 2 for follow-up interviews. We make an offer, whatever, maybe we have an issue with wages. I have no idea how that part of any negotiation might work. Frank, do you have a feel for that?
I do, Kathy. The wage scale that was offered is 140 to 150. And I would clearly expect any candidate, I've made it very clear to them, that the city's not going beyond 140 to 150. So they all know that, and I expect the negotiations to be within that range. They have to be.
Because if you look, I think what Victor lived at 127 or somewhere in that ballpark, so
No, I know.
we've upped the, so we've upped the ante there a little bit, so. We would have that negotiation with that person, and if it would be up to them whether they accepted what we offer or not. I mean, obviously, everything's up in negotiation. Does that answer your question? All right, I'm feeling.
No, I'm sorry, I put you on the spot, but I
No,
appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
And I will say that there has been a time when a candidate was selected and with an agreement could not be reached on compensation. And we went back to another candidate.
Well, there are just some backwards looking. There are a few other things in negotiations, you know, there's been car allowances and phone moving
Oh, yeah,
expenses.
I understand.
Phone stuff like that, but I think the way Frank stated it, everybody that sat in this room was well aware of what the price range.
I appreciate that. Thank
I don't expect these I don't expect, I think that was your council that brought up that you've had candidates that you moved on to that's exactly right. But I don't expect that to be a situation with here. I think last week when I was with you, I said you have eager candidates, and you did and you do. And I expect if you make an offer, that the contract will come together within that range.
Good. Thanks, Frank.
Putting you on the spot. What were your thoughts?
I can pick two real quickly.
Okay,
I can pick one just as quickly.
okay.
And I think that maybe, and I speak for us employees, I mean.
That's fine, yes.
Obviously, it's direct dealership with you guys. But we also have 32 employees that have to be managed by this one person.
Precisely.
So personality is a big thing for me.
Yes.
And it's hard to tell. Everybody comes to that table with their A game,
Yes.
but you can tell somewhat about people by the way they speak, their way their responses are. And I definitely think there's two solid candidates. There's four solid candidates, but two of them struggle to the top like Kyle. He's floating out in the water.
I always like, we had this hire Dave actually, and it was a great, I had a young kid. And that was phenomenal. Jackson Messner, local kid, graduated from here. And then I had Dave, and it was like, they were both great candidates. So when I told Jackson, I said, you didn't get beat out. You didn't do anything wrong. You just got beat out by somebody better. And so it comes down to whoever we choose is gonna be the best. Hopefully we have the best person.
Can I ask, Frank, what does the time frame look like as far as negotiations and when, if we were to like offer somebody a job on Monday, how long do you think until they would be in this position?
Yeah, it's funny you bring up the schedule because I was just while the questions were being asked and answered, I went back and looked at our RFP. And there was a 2-week delay in getting things started for a variety of reasons. And if you go back and you look at that RFP, it said job would be offered on March 1st. So if you add 2 weeks to that, it's March 15th. And Monday's the 16th. So it's interesting how we've kept right on schedule through this process. If you were to offer a candidate on Monday night, it would take approximately for the background check and contract negotiations. If we moved ahead comfortably, I would say we should be able to be ready to go and have a contract in front of you at your next meeting in 2 weeks.
We won't meet till the April 20th, but we could.
We would have to call a special meeting.
Yeah, we would call a special,
Remember, I'm not gonna be.
I know. I got yours and Mr. Raymer's leaving and somebody else is leaving. I have all the schedules.
I'm leaving, I
Yes.
just don't know when yet.
Yeah, so we would try to accommodate that.
Yeah, there's some really great opportunities out there, and this is why I didn't say this at the beginning of the process, but part of my job for you, I'm serving you, is to know other communities that are opening and going to be open and when their time frame is. And there's a substantial opportunity available along Lake Michigan right now, at a larger community and a higher pay rate. And we wanted to stay ahead of that. So definitely, if you make an offer on Monday, we'd want to be able to wrap things up in the next couple of weeks with a special meeting if we could.
Do you know of any of our candidates that are in the running somewhere else or applied somewhere else? Can you say that?
I knew that Zeke was from Wisconsin. But I'm not sure about, I know that, I talked to Scott about it because I'm doing another recruitment right now. That's 2 weeks behind this one. Scott, indicated to me that his only interest was in Harbor Springs. Chris has had some outstanding opportunities. And I know he was contacted by Royal Oak, down in the Detroit suburbs. And that position is, well over 200,000. And we had a long talk about it, and he indicated to me, and I trust him a lot. And he told me 2 weeks ago he's not applying for Royal Oak, which is really the most. I don't say it's not the best. I'm not saying it's the best job available, but Royal Oak is very attractive to some that want to live in Metro Detroit, and salary wise and all of that. So I don't believe, I have not discussed with Chris the other opportunity that's down along the lake, near the Holland area. I've not discussed that with him. But I know that he has been, from day one, from the moment I called him, which was the day after you hired me, and recruiting him heavily to back to here, he has been locked in on Harbor Springs since the moment it came open, without question. So I think we'll be able, if you go in that if you're going in either of that direction, Scott or Chris, I definitely believe that we can get something done in the next couple of weeks with a contract and background check. But I know that he really wants to get back to Michigan, and like he said, he was up in Mission Point or Point the Peninsula last night. He has family up here, and like he said, both his parents and Nicole's parents, I don't know Nicole, but Nicole's parents are here. So there's a lot of reasons to come back and to be here. So I thought, there's 107 years of experience you just went through. We went through 760 some emails and text over the last 4 weeks. I think Kyle and I have had over 120 exchanges since this started. I'm very happy. I'm very pleased by where we're at, and I hope we can wrap it up and in a really good place. But you've got a great community to offer, and that's what attracted these candidates. If you look at the level of experience that you have versus other communities of your size, the depth of your candidates and experience is much broader. So I hope you take some pride in that.
I don't want to dodge your question. Like, does anybody got, that's how I feel. If
No,
push comes to
that's fair.
shove and you need, I would do it. All right, but that's where we're at.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm honored, but I would love to do it, and I will do it if you need. That's your guys' choice. Right. I think that unless something else needs to be said, we come back on maybe Monday night with one or two. Wendy, you are good with that? Or do you want to speak? Go ahead. You haven't said hardly anything.
No, she's ready. She's ready right now.
And go ahead. You can still, I'll tell you what, you can give your opinion. We don't have to make a decision. You can tell what you think. Everybody here, we can wait till Monday, but
I don't want to put pressure on Kathy because she's the one who wants to think it over. And good on her for wanting to think it over. But I know who I want. And I can't think of how I could improve upon him.
So my feeling is if you want to say who you want, she can,
Doesn't matter, but
it's one vote. You know what I'm saying? So just say who you want. That way,
I think it's okay.
We're probably the same person.
Yeah, let's just wait till Monday.
okay. Sounds good. So we'll come back on Monday. We'll try, I would really like to have a decision though, or at least a next step forward.
yes,
Is
absolutely,
that right?
absolutely.
I think we should make a decision.
Monday?
Yeah.
I would agree.
Frank did a fantastic job, I have
Yep.
to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank.
Oh, thank you. I'll be with you, I'll be with you on Monday night.
Are you gonna take public?
No, the public comment was in the beginning.
Okay, that's the only public comment.
Yeah, we'll do public comment on Monday though.
Yeah, and this is what I'd recommend for the public.
You can think about it.
No, is for anybody who has, because I'm hoping to have this interviews publicized Monday, that's my goal. And if anybody in the public has a comment, that's their job is to talk to your council person and then they relay it to us. That's how government works. So if you want to talk to one of the council people and say, this is what I think.
Right now, I'd like to ask Frank a question. Can I do that?
I think you can email Kyle or call Kyle later and
I'll send it to Frank.
he'll
Okay.
either send it or he'll
Okay.
answer it.
I have one more question, sorry. Regarding your two questions and how long, what their long-term is and why they would want to be here. Are those answers that we could have for Monday? So we have those to discuss on Monday?
Frank, did you hear that?
I did. I could send out, I'm gonna be communicating with them this weekend, all 4 candidates, and I could send out a supplemental 2-question thing. Why is it that you want to be in, why did you choose? Why did you choose Harbor Springs would be number 1, and number 2 would be, tell us about what the next 5 to 10 years looks like for your career path. What do you expect and where do you expect to be? And I could ask them that. That's where I would leave it at.
The only concern I have is like, if we know there's somebody that's not an option, like, I don't feel it's fair for that person to spend a half an hour answering a question. We need to know those questions. I'm just saying, that's why I wish we'd come to like 2 people, because then I don't feel it's fair if there's somebody sat in that chair that we obviously know they're not gonna be that person to get their hopes up and to spend an hour trying to respond to the email when we know.
Spend more time.
Yeah.
I don't know the 4th candidate, I don't know which name, but in one of the questions I believe Kathy asked when you were reporting back at your first annual review, he said, here's what I would expect myself to say at that first year. And here's what I would say at year 3 to 5, or something to that effect, which maybe that was by design, this answer, or at least he's letting us know that one, that I'm looking at
Yeah,
something more than a
you're
year.
right, one of them did give us that.
So you want us to send those questions all 4?
I think that just to keep and Kyle, I understand your point totally. And by the way, I haven't said this, but thank you. You have been excellent to work with. Your communication's outstanding. I think to keep the process fair and to respect everyone on the council's wishes, at this point, I think we should send it to all 4 because I have no indication of who the top 2 are right now. And it won't take long to fill this out. I mean, it would probably take 20 or 30 minutes to fill out 2 questions and get it back to me. And I'll have that, I'll ask for it by Sunday night. And I'll have it to you on Sunday night or Monday, so you have it to send out to the council beforehand.
Yeah, if you could send it to me, Sunday night would be perfect, and even if it's like 6 o'clock, and I'll send it out, so that way everybody can mull it over by Monday.
Yeah, I think getting it out by Sunday night would be preferable.
Yes.
I
So
agree.
that everybody
Thank
has
you.
it Sunday.
Does that work, Frank?
Yep, I will get on it this afternoon.
There'll be a deadline of maybe 6, I don't even know if I'll be able to get my house Sunday night because of that. But Sunday night by 6 o'clock, does that work?
It does, yep. And you know what? If they're truly interested in it, we'll have it tomorrow morning or tonight.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
Okay.
we all set? Everybody good?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so, well, Mr. Mayor, you gotta adjourn the meeting at 2:13.
Make a motion, meeting to adjourn.
Thank you all.
Agreed.
Good day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Thank you.